sure to wave at the spotter spark off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave.
Fly runway heading, clear to take us.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, 1 2 right.
Welcome to the heart of Twin Cities plane spotting here from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Home to the second busiest Delta hub, the main operating base of Sun Country Airlines, and one of the best airport viewing locations in the country at the Metropolitan Airport Commission's aircraft viewing area. And today it might be cloudy. The atmosphere may look dreary on the surface, but in fact it's quite the opposite. The anticipation in the air is thick, awaiting the arrival of the Discover Airlines inaugural flight from Frankfurt, Germany, with the A330-200 as Discover, Lufthansa's subsidiary airline, takes over service from Germany to the North Star State in Minnesota. And we can't wait to share all the action as well on runways 4 and 35 today from MSP International Airport on MSP Airport Live. And if you're just joining us, welcome to our show, everybody. My name is Alex Redding. I'm the executive producer. I'll be walking you through all of the action here as it unfolds on what is a colder than desirable day for plane spotting. It's actually quite chilly out here with temperatures in the 40s and a stiff breeze that is out of the north as we get underway. I could see my breath too, to give you an indication of how chilly it is. The cold front and really the jet stream as it swept across the continent is really delivering a lot of cold air right now to the northern states. And as we gear up for live plane spotting, I'll tell you what, it's made for a very interesting set of conditions. So right now we're looking live at MSP Tower, directing the traffic on this cloudy, windy, and chilly day out at the airfield at MSP Airport. Our south parallel runway 12 right 30 left is closed for runway construction. This has caused a lot of chaos with operations at MSP Airport, and it's made the spotting somewhat difficult but somewhat interesting at the same time. And we will get crosswind runway ops today. Departures on runway 4 are in store for us, as well as arrivals on 35. We'll have them for you at the viewing area during our show today. Temperature right now 46 degrees Fahrenheit, around 8 degrees Celsius. And according to the last METAR, the aerodrome weather report for MSP Airport with the wind condition, you can see that on the bottom of your screen. It's blowing steady at 15 knots. Heading of 330, not quite from the proper due north heading of 360. Still close enough.
Over departure, Scout 3542, 120.
All right, folks, we're going to take a look at our notable arrivals and departures. Presented in part by Jet Set Shirts. And Ocean 52 Heavy, that's the call sign for our Discover flight with the A330-200 from Frankfurt, Germany, expected around 2:05 p.m. It's running on time. It's actually with the older livery, so it'll be interesting to see that. The last time a Discover A330 was here in Minneapolis was due to a diversion caused by an overflowing toilet system, which, no thanks. Anyway, getting back to our notable arrivals, we've also got Sun Country special livery 737-800. It's the Gophers special livery coming in from Fort Lauderdale, Florida around 3 p.m. We got Delta 170 Heavy from Seoul, South Korea with the A350-900 flagship in charge around 5 p.m. And around 5:30, we'll get Aer Lingus and Air France. Air France is finally back, and They are running their seasonal service to Minneapolis, St. Paul almost every day of the week. So we'll see the Dreamliner scoot in from Paris Charles de Gaulle around 5:30, around when Aer Lingus will arrive with the A321 XLR. And then we've got Iceland Air. Icy comes in with the MAX 9 today from Reykjavik around 6:20. This does not include other Delta heavies. There will be plenty of heavy action mixed in, but this is just taking a look at the things that I've considered to be more notable. And we're looking at our arrivals. Let's take a look at our departures. Our notable departures, we've got KLM, the 7879 Dreamliner. They'll be getting out around 3 p.m. So Big Blue is here today. We've also got Delta 152 and Delta 160 off to Paris and Amsterdam, respectively. The flight to AMS for Delta will sport the A350 equipment. And we'll get a departure off runway 4 expectedly around 3:50 p.m. Pretty fitting time for the A350, right? 3:50 p.m. Ocean 53 Heavy, the return flight for Discover, goes back out to Frankfurt around 4 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And then, of course, we've got Shamrock 988 with a 321 XLR back out to Dublin around 7 p.m. And then Air France with the 7879 Dreamliner making the return trip back to Paris Charles de Gaulle around 7:40 p.m. We may or may not catch that flight, depending on how everything is going here, but things have been running really well today as far as on the technical side of things. Brian Reed, thank you so much for tuning in to MSP Airport Live. Brian says thanks for being out there in the colder weather. I live an hour west of Minneapolis. Love your live shows. Well, thank you. Very welcome. Happy to bring them to you on YouTube and wherever you watch us. Bennett, I'm in the black Jeep on your right. Somebody at the viewing area will hello, Bennett.
Right. Alright, towards the area, behind, yeah, left to right,
Mr. Phil, one of our fantastic moderators, says, howdy everyone from South Carolina. Hey Phil, how you doing?
Whiskey 7, 1 whiskey.
Great to see you. Great to see everybody here in the chat. Hello DB0480. Hello and a good day from Germany. Well, happy Monday to you from... Or Friday, excuse me. I got my dates mixed up there for a second. Goodness gracious.
Delta 1381, ready to taxi runway 4 here.
Delta 1381, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi at Bravo Charlie, cross runway 12.
Taxi at Bravo Charlie, cross 1 to your right for 4 at Delta 0920, monitor tower 126.30, Minneapolis Tower at Mike 6, cross runway 4 and then join Delta to your gate. Mike 6, cross runway 4 at Delta. Core 375, I just want to verify to be a turn there at Yankee, then a right on a whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
It's our first catch. Off on runway 4 with our departure off to Montreal, Canada. It's a mainline service Air Canada A220 300. Great to see those back at MSP Airport. Also, one of the great things about our shows here, while the modified construction ops take place, so we will see a significant amount of runway 4/22 action. That's our crosswind runway here at MSP Airport. Isn't that an interesting biz jet? It's actually an Air Force jet, believe it or not. You got the skull and crossbones. You got the pirate flag on the tail.
2187 behind the company 321 on Charlie.
Right, behind the 321, join Charlie Delta.
So in the background there is Terminal 2, so we're actually going to see Terminal 2, probably the most that we've ever seen it in the history of our live streaming here from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport.
Hey, what's happening? Beautiful day out there.
So making an arrival off in the distance on 3-5. It's an Endeavor Air flight from Rochester, Minnesota.
Okay. There you go.
Super 6 Heavy, Roger. What I'm showing is you can go on Alpha from where you're at, but your discretion. If you don't feel like you can go, just hold. We'll figure something else out. I can't get you on Whiskey, as all of Whiskey is closed up until Whiskey 5, so, and I can't get you on the runway because it's closed there.
And 35011, turn left heading 280, runway 4 at Sierra, cleared for takeoff.
Fine. Monitor tower 126.7 today. 25 monitor tower 126.7 today.
Looks like we got a 757-300 that is outbound for departure on runway 4, so we'll hear the thunder from the Pratt & Whitneys in just a bit. The other thing you might notice is that our fence is a little bit higher in this location, but that's okay. We get a nice front row seat to all the action on our crosswind runway. Here's that BizJet departure.
That's Alpha 7 on 1 right with short of Delta.
So crosswind runway ops here at MSP Airport. They're always a special treat.
Vandy 71 heading 280, contact departure, please.
280 departure.
Always a special treat. Runway 4 is closer than the south parallel is to the viewing area. So taxiway Mike, which is in front of us, in front of runway 4, which is active, is 300 feet away. So those departures, they are intimately close. Just trying to find our arriving Spirit A321 on runway 35. All those containers are set out next to the FedEx cargo terminal, adjacent to the viewing area.
2558, man, start runway 4 at Sierra, line point. Delta 2558. Right at Kilo 8.
All right, here we go. We got a 757-300 departure on runway 4.
70 when you're able to continue via Whiskey, Charlie. Able to continue via Whiskey and Charlie Delta.
Hello, 2550, 35014, turn left. Sierra, clear for takeoff.
5360, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff, Delta 2558.
To the 2187, Apple Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line of point.
Runway 4 at Sierra, line of point, Delta 21.
69, continue via Whiskey, Mike.
Delta 1381 off to Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International Airport. To next northwest. I was going to say an Airbus, since we see so many of them here. That's a Boeing 757-300. Come on, Alex. Holy cow, it's going to be rapid fire departures today. Here's a 321 going off runway 4.
heavy other tug is passing you now, which will be your discretion. And are you able to do 4 from Sierra? Keep something else. Yeah, we can depart 4 from Sierra. Push our discretion for Delta 171 heavy.
2558 heading 360 kind of departure.
Keep the departures coming. Next up for departure on runway 4, Delta 2187 off to Miami, Florida.
6.7, Delta 2970, good day.
We also have a small ray of sunshine that is poking through the clouds that just disappeared.
Delta 2180, wind 36014, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, cleared for takeoff.
Right turn, heading 120, clear for takeoff, runway 4 from Sierra, Delta 2187. We're clear on 45, we're on a spot.
And 55 to continue via Whiskey, Mike, Hop, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line of only travel from cross downfield. Number 5302, Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding a position at Papa, cross runway 4, continue pop to your gate, monitor ground point enter.
Papa cross 4, ATC Papa ground point 9.
Number 4954, Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding position at Papa, cross runway 4, ground point 9 on the other side of your gate.
Have a great flight, Delta 2187.
Number 4950, close in.
Got MSP Electric out here.
120 kind of departure.
Got the truck, the trailer, the whole outfit. Next up for arrival on runway 35, Delta 2656 from Houston Intercontinental. We've also got a departure off to New York LaGuardia.
The 2756, wind 3611, turn left, heading 360, runway 4 at Sierra, cleared for takeoff. Tower, wind 360 at 11, runway 35, to the land. 970 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line of only traffic will cross downfield.
4 Sierra, line of wake up.
Out of 2656, turn kilo 6, left turn Yankee Whiskey, and Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike. Kilo 6, Whiskey, short of Mike.
5302, your gate southwest, so go past the gate, U-turn, come back, and then hold short of it.
Service holding a position at Papa, cross runway 4, head to your gate, monitor ground point enter clear.
It's Delta 2756 off runway 4 to New York LaGuardia with an A220-300. Speaking of A220s, and in particular the 300 variant, we've got another departure on runway 4 with one of those A220-300s. This one's off to Detroit Metro. It's like 2970 lining up with runway 4. Also, folks, Delta 171 Heavy pushing back an A350 for Seoul, South Korea.
609 Roger, go past the gate, U-turn on Quebec.
They'll be departing soon off runway 4. Stick around, the action. It's coming at us fast and furious from the heart of the Twin Cities today with crosswind modified construction runway ops.
On runway 4 at 0.
Left, Whiskey 7, then right on runway
And of
1,
course,
right,
we can't
and
forget
then
today's
left
big
at,
events.
4,
The
please.
Discover
So left
inaugural
57,
arrival
right on
around
1,
2
right,
p.m.
then
Central
left on
Daylight
Alpha
Time.
4.
So if you're just tuning in,
Seven right, 1 2 right,
stay
4
tuned.
Alpha
we will have the arrival for you on MSP Live, the inaugural arrival of Discover Airlines with the A330-200. Expecting a runway 35 arrival to the Twin Cities today. The first scheduled service for Discover Airlines in MSP history. Can't wait to catch it later. Not the first time an A330 from Discover, or any aircraft for that matter, from Discover has been to the Twin Cities before. The only other time that I can remember, the most recent visit, the only visit was because of a diversion due to a mechanical malfunction. Let's just say the septic system was not necessarily in good order. That caused the diversion of that A330 a while ago. So one of the founding members of MSP Live, Eric Paul, big shout out to Eric Paul. If you want the video of the diversion, Eric Paul captured that on his channel, letter F, letter X, FX, Aviation and Travel on YouTube.
536 approaching Laura. 536 Minneapolis Tower, wind 010 at 11, runway 35, land, clear gate. Land, runway 35, going to Fox 3, going to 536. Jet 36 wind up able to right at November. One that's back via Sierra, fishing November, Sierra, Mike, and Whiskey, hold short on this one.
November, Sierra, Mike, Whiskey, short runway 4.
Delta 2656 on Whiskey, runway 4, or more. Cross 4 on Whiskey, Delta 2656.
Delta 29 is 70 off to Dallas, Fort Worth.
Delta 29, contact departure, good day. Contact flight, Delta 2970, good day.
That whale call is from that A220. So the lower RPM of those geared turbofans, they make a distinct whistling or whale call sound.
Right behind the heavy, monitor ground point 9.
Cross 12 right at Delta, give way to the heavy.
No data available for that A220 on flight radar. Hey, there we go. There's 171 Heavy. That's our A350 off to Seoul.
On 5111, runway 4 at Sierra, start via Quebec, off mark.
I'm really hoping for a Mike taxi with the 350. I don't think we're going to get it, but that's happened before.
Cross runway 4, continue to the gate, monitor ground point 9. Good day.
Mike 6, clear to cross 4.
And we're not going to get it though, but still. It's a really nice head-on shot for you. I love the head-on images of the 350. It's just such a cool-looking aircraft. Next up for arrival on runway 35, Delta 536 from Seattle Tacoma International.
Whiskey Mike, Papa, cross 12 right, hold 4.
Almost perfectly timed Bradford Logistics. There we go. There's the touchdown on 3-5.
One heavy, monitor tower 126.7, good day. 267, Delta 171 heavy. Alright, 1604, and wheels up after it was 48. Monitor tower 127. Alright, monitor 1267, understand wheels up, United 1604.
So there we go. There's 171 Heavy again. It's our wonderful A350-900.
4666, continue to be at Quebec, Charlie Sierra, cross runway 1 to right.
Next arrival on runway 35, Southwest 3799 from the Music City of the United States. It's Nashville, Tennessee.
330 at 10, runway 35, land to the gate. Scout 3783. Let's 3783, what's the gate? Scout 3783.
2 for 2. We've gone 2 for 2. Trying to catch the touchdown, the arrival on 35 for our Southwest, and then previously our Delta flight. Bradford Logistics with a photo bomb.
Then a right turn to Kilo. So 536, continue via Mike 6, cross runway 12 right, and hold short of runway 4.
There's our big A350 on the move. They're hauling, actually.
Runway 4, Delta 536. Minneapolis, Delta 171 Heavy, ready at 4 Sierra.
Delta 171 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, turn left heading 300, go for takeoff.
Hey, 300, clear for takeoff, Delta 171 Heavy.
All right, we could get a turn and burn here.
Runway 4, and monitor ground point 9er.
Delta, cross 4, monitor ground point 9, Delta 3799.
Then that pre-go caution jet pass from the 350 departing on field on runway 4.
Tower Delta 29,
Delta 958, tower wind 330 at 13, runway 35, to the land there gate.
35%, go to Charlie Hughes.
All right, here we go. Departing off runway 4, Delta 171 Heavy with the A350 to Seoul, South Korea.
Seoul 2426, monitor tower 126.7. 39, Island Zulu 35.
Yeah, 35, 39, minute, tower wind 330 at 13, runway 35, to the land there gate.
That's big land, parking Charlie 1.
Kilo 6, left turn Epo, Yankee, Whiskey.
3809 on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point enter. Good day.
Cross 4, monitor
Delta 536 map, turn at Mike 6, cross runway 4, monitor ground point enter. Good day.
at Mike 6, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9, Delta 536.
Delta 171 Heavy, contact. Good day.
Departure Delta 171 Heavy, have a great day.
Look at the turnout.
Cluster 963 uniform, you have 4 miles of trail and Embraer, wind 330 at 13, runway 35.
Ooh, check this out.
Previous departure to the heavy airport.
Isn't that a sleek coat of paint?
Runway 4 at 0.
It's an Embraer ERJ145LR. It's for Key Lime Air. It hasn't been painted in their colors yet. This was a recent acquisition as of, I think, about a few months ago, if I remember correctly.
15 minutes, I'll call you once I get one.
I do know that it was purchased from an air tour charter business.
220 Minneapolis ground.
And inside the aircraft, it was an all business class layout. I think they should keep the paint job on this ERJ145. What do you guys think?
25 more minutes.
Super slick.
It was the last part, Delta 29.
I'll have there.
Whiskey Yankee Delta.
Definitely a break from convention.
Continue via Whiskey Mike Papa, cross from my
See so many. See so many Delta liveries here. They're very plain in their design. Pun intended indeed, but
Roger.
it's always great to see some color. right, we've got United lining up with runway 4.
Ground American 2220 on frequency. We're clear to push from Sierra. Is there also a 2220?
04, turn left heading 300, 300, runway 4 at Sierra, go for takeoff.
After 300 and the course is takeoff United.
Delta 24-6 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up await.
4 at Sierra, line up await, Delta 24-26.
Your right, hold short of runway 4.
Mike Papa, press 1 to your right, hold short runway 4, Delta 2958.
LS 39, ready, Yankee, join Whiskey. I'll have more for you there.
Yankee Whiskey, wait on your call. 2426, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, go for takeoff.
Right heading 120, runway 4 clear for takeoff, Delta 2426.
Star 4656 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up await.
It's United 1604 off to Denver, Colorado with an Evo Blue livery A320. Keep going right there with that camera pan.
1604, contact departure, good day.
Over departure, good day now.
Keep in mind, this is the first time that we're doing a live broadcast with this operations configuration present, so.
4, pushing through for Fox 4, 40.
If I'm not on point 100%, it's probably because of that. I'll get worked into it eventually.
Frequency, push your discretion, line runway 4 at 0.
Papa, cross 12 right and hold short of runway 4, 10-6.
2958, monitor tower 126.7.
6.7, I'll play next to you today.
6 uniform, keep rolling on to Yankee, please. Yankee to Whiskey.
Still at 2426 off to Jacksonville, Florida. Holy cow, they rotated
26 heading 120.
after using a lot of real estate on runway 4. Well, if you're going to use real estate on departure runway 4, it's the runway to do it on. It's the longest runway at MSP Airport. Over around 11,000 feet long.
120, runway 4 at Sierra, go for takeoff. Kilo 5111 Minneapolis Tower, 4 at Sierra, line up await.
Ready to taxi with information Romeo.
2220, roger. Runway 4 at Sierra. Let's start via Delta, short of Bravo, and I'll call you back here shortly.
Sounds good. Runway 4 at Sierra. Taxi via Delta, short of Bravo. American 2220.
2222, runway 4 at Sierra.
111, turn left heading 360, runway 4 at Sierra, go for takeoff.
We're at Sierra.
Approved. Spec 4 at Sierra. Delta 56.
It's Denver Air off to Indianapolis, Indiana, a.k.a. Naptown, USA.
Tower 126.7.
Oh, here we go. Here's Key Lime.
Star 4650, contact departure, good day.
Over departure, Brenda, 4656.
Delta 2220, taxi Delta, Alpha 7, on to 12 right, and then hold short of 12 right.
83 on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9. Delta 2958 on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9.
Papa cross 4.9, Delta 2958. On 12 right, hold short of Delta.
Departure 124.7, 24-7.
24-7, kilo Alpha, 5111.
3539 on Papa, cross runway
Folks, we
4,
got an important
monitor ground point
announcement now on the downwind from Frankfurt, Germany. Ocean 52 Heavy, that's our Discover Airlines inaugural flight.
Behind the first American, the second one wings.
It's passing
cross 4 behind the
just west of downtown Minneapolis.
3214 Minneapolis Tower, wind 330 at 12, runway 35, clear to land, your 3.5 inch trail of the CRJ.
6 room, sorry about that. The American factor, so just continue whiskey, cross runway 4, monitor point.
Whiskey cross 4.
Correction, Delta 2185, continue to Mike Papa. Correction, Mike 6, cross runway 12 right, hold short of runway 4.
Delta 2804, runway 4 at 0, taxi via Quebec Charlie, cross runway 12 right.
Taxi cross, ground up 2504 right taxi.
2504, runway 4 at 0, taxi via Bravo Charlie, cross runway 12 right.
Number 4 0 Bravo Charlie, cross 12 right, Delta 2504.
Delta 1044, we just got word that stops to Nashville's ended, so let me know when you're ready to go.
Delta 1044, book up.
Somebody know,
Country 1419, towers 1267, good day.
7 Sun Country 1419.
I wasn't sure because of the weather. So
1567, continue via Whiskey, Mike, and Papa, cross from 12 right, hold short of runway 4.
Whiskey Mike Papa, cross 12 right, hold short of 4.
Country 1419, squawk 2413, 2413.
13, then country 14.
Country 1419, Minneapolis Tower, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, go for takeoff.
Like 120, runway 4 and Sierra, Sun Country. Takeoff minutes 4. Good afternoon, 3 Core ILS 35, going to Hotel 5.
Delta 2185, monitor tower 126.7. 384 Minneapolis Tower, wind 40 at 12 and a 35, cleared to land.
35 to land, 34.
River 40,
Customers 29er, 904.
cross runway 12 right, hold short of runway 4.
Mike Papa, you see the rest of there 47.
4764, Mike, cross runway 12 right, hold short of runway 4.
this is
Mike Papa, cross 12 right, short of 4, and then with you on the ILS 35.
62 Minneapolis Tower, wind 340 at 12 and a 35, clear to land, clear to gate.
35 clear land, we'll park in cross 30.
1567, monitor tower 126.7.
167, up.
For 5017, Minneapolis ground, runway 4 at 0, start via Pop, and I'll call you back.
Sun Country 214, turn right at Yankee, turn right on Kilo, then I'll have more.
Alright, Yankee Kilo, then you'll have more. 214.
Let's ground, runway 4 at
Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up await, traffic crossing downfield.
144 Sierra, American 22.
4, roger. Runway 4 Sierra, taxi via Alpha, Mike, and cross.
In position on top.
Sorry about that.
4, monitor ground point enter.
4 Papa, ground point enter.
I think our connection should be a little bit more stable now. I'll tell you what,
With your discretion, find runway at Sierra.
All right, well,
I'll tell you, when you're out in the middle of an airfield, internet can be patchy at times. So we are...
American 2222, turn right to 120,
So we're back in
120, contact departure.
good working order, it seems, for I guess the moment here. So we got another network drop.
504, turn left heading 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
So RJ Bean joins the show. RJ, let's track that Discover inbound flight.
Yeah, I was starting to try to pull that up as we were fixing our technical difficulties here. So they do have a scheduled 2:05 local time arrival. And
C7 turn into the gate behind the Emperor opposite direction.
they are actually, we can't see them, but they're actually kind of behind us. They are kind of on the downwind to get lined up and turn into the final approach for runway 35.
Minneapolis Tower, 33014.
They are currently just under 6,000 feet, so
Cross runway 4, monitor ground point enter, traffic's in position.
Tower Delta 2504, turn 030 standing.
Delta 2504, affirmative, left turn heading 300, 300, contact departure, good day.
Left turn 300, over departure, good day, Delta 2504.
nice and close on taxi Mike.
Taxiway Mike. 300 feet away.
Delta 2804, point 4 at Sierra, turn right heading 120, clear for takeoff.
Right heading 120, clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 2804.
Delta 1533, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up await.
Line up await.
All right, so it looks like our inaugural arrival is about sixth in line at the moment. They are turning into their final for 35.
Runway 12 right, continue via Mike 6, hold short of runway 4.
Alright, cross 12 right, Mike 6, hold short of 4, Delta 2062.
Contact departure, good day.
Sun Country 342 about to touch down on runway 35, arriving off in the distance.
Turn right heading 120, clear for takeoff.
26, takeoff, runway 4, Delta 1530, yeah.
Delta 1044, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up await.
4 to Sierra, 1044.
Walk Laura. Sky 71 Minneapolis Tower, wind 33012, runway 35, clear to land. What's the gate?
So land 35, gate is 92, Sky 3871.
Sun Country 342, turn Yankee, turn right on Kilo. Delta 2062, monitor tower 147.
26 Delta 2062, good day.
Sun Country 342, off Kilo, cross runway 4, turn left on Delta to the gate.
On runway 4 left.
Sun Country 342, monitor ground point honor.
Monitor ground, 42.
1044, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Right heading 120, clear for takeoff, Delta 1044.
Start 5017 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at 0, line up await. Richard.
Richard, so long, Delta 1533. Okay,
6517, if you're with me, cross runway 1 right, continue via Charlie.
Cross 1 right, continue via Charlie.
Sky 4144, Minneapolis Tower. Wind 340 at 12, runway 35, clear to land. What's the gate?
Get that Alaska tail there.
Yep, there they are.
Ground country 347, we are ready to push now. 383.
They're arriving from Seattle Tacoma International Airport.
Hotel 2 is the gate.
Got several arrivals.
Turn right heading 120, runway 4 at 0.
About 3 ahead of our inaugural arrival of Discover Airlines.
342, Delta short Sierra now. Gonna push from that gate.
Yeah, as usual, it's fast and furious out here right now.
347, Minneapolis.
We're
runway 4 at 0.
got a different angle of things today going on.
Down to 2 runways.
Yes.
So RJ, how about this for a runway setup? How are you liking the spotting so far today?
I'm having to kind of adjust myself a little bit as being in this particular spot. We're basically right still here at the viewing area. We are just set up kind of looking at a different angle. So, because I know I was watching the broadcast from home and then listening in the car driving out here, and yeah, everybody is going to see more of Terminal 2 in the background today versus Terminal 1.
There's Terminal 2.
Skywest 3871,
So, and from this vantage point over here, we're looking at the end of runway 35 and the end of runway 4, both off to our right.
Delta 799, turn left, Mike, cross runway 12 right, continue via Mike, Papa, hold short of runway 4.
One of our viewers asks, so is it an intersection departure or full-length runway 4 departure? That's a good question. It's at the intersection of, I think, Kilo. So they're intersection departures, not full-length. That is not to interfere with ops on 35.
Ocean 52, heavy Minneapolis Tower, wind 340 at 14, runway 35, clear to land.
Here we go, Discover, clear to land, runway 35.
You want us to hold here on the gate? I told him Delta short Sierra, so that was enough room. So you don't have room with him there, I guess.
So they are now down to number 2 for touchdown.
We're sitting back with
And everybody coming in on arrivals today on 35, if you're on the left side of the aircraft, you're going to get a very nice view right before touchdown of the Mall of America.
See the JW Marriott Hotel as well, adjacent to the Mall of America, attached to the nation's largest shopping mall.
Monitor point 9.
Monitor point 9, cross runway 4, continue to the gate, Delta point 6. Have a great morning, or afternoon.
Still the 2849 coming in from Denver, Colorado, and then it's our inaugural arrival for Discover Airlines.
3517, heading 120, contact departure.
Heading 120, open departure,
Delta 799, Minneapolis Tower at Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point enter.
Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9, and that was our last part of Delta 799.
All right, so our Discover touchdown is next on 35.
And there it is, Ocean 52 Heavy. Discover Airlines, the first ever inaugural service to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. You're on May 2nd, 2025.
3871, turn left at
Now in sight, arriving on runway 35.
Papa, hold short of runway 4.
All right, left on Mike, cross 12 right, continue Mike Papa, short 4, Skywest 38.
American 2220, top line, that's CRJ on Charlie, and then taxi runway 4 via 12 right and Charlie.
Oh, it's blocked.
4261 Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon. Traffic short final for the Airbus, caution wake turbulence. Wind 350 at 10, runway 35, cleared to land.
35, clear to land.
Scott 4144, turn left at Mike. Runway 12 right, continue via Mike Papa, hold short of runway 4.
Left Mike, cross 12 right, then Mike Papa, short of 4, Skywest 41.
Delta 2849 on Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
On Whiskey, hold short of 4, Delta 2849.
Skywest 3871, monitor ground on point honor.
Point 9, have a good day.
Skywest 4144, monitor ground point honor, I'm sorry, monitor tower 126.7.
267.
Yeah, got room to get in. You're still going to Hotel 2. That's approved at your discretion.
Approved, and we're going to Hotel 3, or Hotel 8, Sun Country
342, Roger.
Welcome to MSP.
3871 Minneapolis, ground on
Welcome to Minneapolis St. Paul, Discover Airlines.
So, Alex, what gate will they be heading to? Will we get a taxi by from them?
We'll probably go up and around is my guess. We'll get a taxi on Whiskey.
Open 52 heavy, turn right at Kilo 8. Turn right on Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
So Kilo 8, then Whiskey, hold short of runway 4, Ocean 5 heavy.
So that means they're going to come all the way around on taxiway Whiskey in front of where we normally would set up here at the viewing area. And they're going to hold short of runway 4 because I think they're going to have them cross. And then I think take either Charlie or I think Bravo on the other side of the runway.
Delta 2849, map at Whiskey, cross runway 4. I'll have more.
At Whiskey, cross 4.
Yeah, we can see them behind us now because the opposite end of runway 35 is 17. So we usually are used to getting departures, sometimes arrivals taxiing by in front of us on Whiskey.
Got 4144 traffic.
That's normally where the direction of the broadcast is aimed, but not today.
Delta 2849, continue Whiskey, Whiskey 5 Alpha, crossway 1 to your right, monitor ground point honor. Good day. Actually, Whiskey 5 is blocked, my apologies. Taxi Whiskey 7 Alpha, crossway 1 to your right.
All right, Whiskey 7, cross 20 right onto Alpha, monitor point 9, Delta 2849.
Jet 720, Minneapolis Tower, traffic crossing downfield, runway 4 at Sierra.
Golf 13 is what Radar Box says one of our viewers has exclaimed in the chat. So they'll be headed over to, I think, according to what you guys have said, Concourse G.
Thank you, monitor tower 126.7.
267, thank you very much, Ocean 5.
So it'll be a little bit before we can get them in view here.
Viking 61 Minneapolis Tower, wind 34010, gust 19er, runway 35, cleared to land. Guys 4261, make the right turn on Kilo, taxi via Kilo Sierra Mike, short of runway 12 right.
Left heading 360, runway 4 at Sierra, so for takeoff.
Left heading 360, so takeoff 4,
American 2220 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at 0, line up await.
Runway 4 at Sierra, American 2220.
We'll see Discover taxi into frame here any minute.
American 2220, turn left heading 00, runway 4 at 0, go for takeoff.
Left heading 30, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, American 2220.
Country 347 Minneapolis Tower, travel southbound field, runway 4 at 0, line up await.
Runway 4 at 0, line up await.
You're right. Jet 720, contact approach 124.7, 24.7, good day.
We're 24.7, good day, Jet 7.
Motion 5, good heavy traffic, John Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Runway 3, cross Southwest 4, Ocean Front. Skywest 4261, cross runway 1 to your right. Via Mike, pop, hold short of runway 4.
Alright, Mike, approach cross 1 to the right, we'll turn runway 4.
Just a heads up, we've got a taxi Mike that's about to pass by in front of us from right to left. So
194 Minneapolis.
Taxi Whiskey 7, Alpha.
there we go.
Cross runway 1 to your right, monitor to ground point enter, good day.
CRJ demanding some attention from our camera. Okay.
Sierra Mike, hold short of runway 1 to right.
There we go. There's Ocean
347,
52
turn right
heavy.
heading 120, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff. American 2220, contact departure, good day.
Up to departure, I'm good, American 2220. Fire Tower 227, please.
Skywest 3771, monitor tower 126.7.
I think we're gonna get another Mike.
We're gonna get another Mike taxi. You're right, RJ.
Southwest 2660.
Yeah, so this is the fun part of rotating our spot for the broadcast, just kind of around to the right a little bit, because we've got a Sun Country rolling, and then we're gonna get a Mike taxi. And we're going to get photobombed here by the Mike taxi here. Just got a little bit of a nose job.
It's got a clown nose. It's a mismatched nose cone term that we have to excuse.
Country 347, departure, good day.
Aircraft has a mismatched nose cone. We call it a clown nose.
Gus 4261, Post Tower at Papa, cross runway 4, monitor to ground point enter.
Here we go. Here's our Discover A330-200 making its way over to the gate. We have the water cannon salute here, I think.
Viking 61, cross runway 12 right at Mike. Continue the Mike Hotel through the 12 left path, hold short of runway 30 right.
And to try to keep up with everything, Alex, I think we got a C-130 off to our right. We're going to get another Mike.
Goodness gracious, C-130 inbound on taxiway Mike.
I'm glad my plans did follow through to be out here today, because I know I provide an extra set of eyes to capture all of this out here. It's a very busy airport.
Tower 3836,
Keep an eye on Discover here, RJ, while I get the C-130. We don't want to miss the water cannon salute if it's going to happen.
Yeah, will do. Because Discover hasn't turned into the gate quite yet. Now starting to turn into the gate. They're a little bit further down on the G concourse.
Endeavor 4845, turn left at Mike, cross runway 12 right, continue via Mike, top, hold short, runway 4. Sun Country 194, amend the instruction, Kilo Sierra on Sierra, hold short of runway 4. Kilo Sierra, and on Sierra, short of Sun Country 194, monitor tower 126.7. Endeavor 4845, monitor tower 126.7. Viking 61 at Papa Niner, cross runway 12, then Romeo depart. If you need to go via Romeo 3, hold short of runway 4 and let tower know on 26.7.
Didn't look like we got a water cannon salute that time. I don't know, maybe it's too cold?
That's what I was wondering.
It's chilly today. It feels like early March out here, not early May.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's why I wasn't quite out here in time for the start of the stream because things to do at home and trying to figure out what do I want to have out here with me for being out in these tents, which is much cooler than it was 2 days ago when we were out here. We thought we were going to be able to do a stream, but so I did get some colder weather things out to have with me today, so if I have to change, I can do that. Because normally it's around that time of the year where we're washing our winter gear and putting it away for the summer. So I got a couple things back out.
I know, that's something I'm regretting not doing is getting my coat out and
I misspoke, my apologies.
Packing that.
2667, cross runway 4, continue Delta to the gate. Okay, cross runway 4, Delta to the gate.
Also, folks, I want to give you a sincere thanks if you're a YouTube channel member, you're a member through Patreon, if you've super chatted, tipped our broadcast before. I just want to say thank you because today we are officially in business. We have our brand new production computer that's running everything, and it's been running along quite nicely. So we had some computing problems in the past. That's now behind us. Hey, RJ, are you ready for another C-130 arrival? The Flying Vikings. They had a couple C-130s depart earlier off runway 4 when I was setting up, and I thought to myself, dang it. Would have been out here earlier. I would have been able to possibly set up in time to catch it. Oh, well.
So do we have the other one coming in?
Yep, here it is.
My hands are spending more time in my pockets to keep them warm than monitoring our arrival departure activity on my phone.
1547, I think I stepped on your airport was approved.
Oh yeah, there they are. So we'll hopefully get another Mike taxi.
2594, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Quebec, Charlie, cross, runway 1 through right. Quebec, Charlie, cross, 1 through right for 4, Delta 2594.
38 Minneapolis Tower, wind 33011, runway 35 cleared to land. What's the gate?
35 cleared to land. We'll go now.
Viking 62, turn right on Kilo. Taxi Kilo Sierra Mike, hold short of runway 12 right.
We're gonna Mike.
Hold short of 12 right. Viking 62.
There's Southwest making its way over to T2.
SkyWest 352 Minneapolis Tower, wind 340 runway 35 cleared to land.
Because of these mixed runway ops due to construction, I'm actually really excited, RJ. We get to catch stuff on 3.5 from the viewing area.
Yeah, we've got a flight from San Francisco that's just now touching down on 3.5. United Express, operated by SkyWest. It's an Embraer 175.
Speaking of the 175 LR, we've got one headed this way on taxiway Mike.
Oh, jeez. It's fast.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
No, it's certainly not. I'm just, I'm trying to kind of keep up on everything here.
Yeah, no worries. I'm right there with you. I mean, this is interesting. I mean, it really is.
Actually, Alex, this one is not.
Delta 1047 Minneapolis Tower, wind 330 at 11, runway 35 cleared to land. What's the gate?
Sorry about that. The production software crashed. It's too cold. Not really.
Viking 62 at 9, cross runway 12 left, then Romeo to park, hold short of runway 4. If you need Romeo 3, let tower 126.7.
Yeah, I'm going to look forward to turning the heat off in my house.
At Papa 9, cross 1 left, and then Romeo Park, get 127 runway, then
Runway 4 at 0, line up await.
Line up await, 4 at 0, still 2594.
Sun Country 210 Minneapolis Tower, wind 330 at 1, runway 35 cleared to land, and you set Hotel 3.
So want to go down the pop forward parking at Echo 8.
Gus 5501 affirmative, object traffic using Quebec.
Down to pop and we'll hold short runway 4, which with 5501.
Hotel 2594, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, so takeoff.
Right turn 120, clear for takeoff 4 at Sierra, Delta 2594.
Daniel, thank you for the kudos.
Mike,
Daniel captures great work.
Right. Continue via Mike Papa, hold short of runway 4.
Mike, cross runway 42. The Mike cross 2 right. Papa, short of 4.
All right, let's go get back to our regularly scheduled departures on runway 4.
Runway 4 at 0, line up await.
All right, departure now happening, 2594 Delta flight to Philadelphia, a former Red Tail.
Delta 3926, Minneapolis Tower, open to CR to Costin Hill, push to approve, runway 4 at 0. Gus 5501, in position at Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point enter.
Cross runway 4, Papa, monitor ground point 9, sky with 6501.
330 at 10, runway 34, contact.
Also, folks, coming up in about a half hour from now, we'll have KLM go off runway 4 to AMS with the 787-9 Dreamliners. We've got plenty more action down the pipe here at MSP Airport Live. So excited to see the Discover Airlines inaugural flight arrive on runway 35. And to get the taxi all the way to T1. They're all the way down towards the end on, or at T1's Concourse G.
Geared, 78 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at 0, line up await.
Runway 4 at 0, Delta 478.
How about some Sun Country?
AKA Tide Pod livery.
Take Papa and then
Flight
turn
387 headed to Fort Myers.
Yes, I'm aware. Yes, to be a Papa and then a right turn into the alley. Park right to the right of that Stewart airplane there.
And as they just rotated, we had another Sun Country Tide Pod touchdown on 3-5.
78, turn left heading 300.
The Tide Pod is the nickname affectionately given to the livery on Sun Country's 737-800s. It's bright, it's colorful, it's very playful design. It really... They honked and we waved.
Sun Country 210, turn right on Kilo.
Kind of surprised me there for a second. What's up, fellas?
All right, here comes Delta Flight 478 headed to New Orleans. 73-9ER.
Delta 1047. 38 traffic's in position at Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point enter.
Runway 4, ground point 9, Scott 338.
Gus 3572, traffic's in position on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point enter.
Scott 3572, cross 4 at Papa. Papa short of 4, Delta 1047.
Delta 2924, I'm at which gate today?
Check it out, we've got the swoop.
Good day, Delta 478. What's that, 15.7, monitor tower now, 126.7, good day. 167, good day, position 1547.
Delta 2963, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, come take off.
Right 120, 4 at Sierra, clip stay on Delta 2963. Do it, skip the throw by American, 1134.
Delta 3222, Minneapolis Tower, wind 33014, runway 35, cleared to land. What's the gate today?
Delta 963 and 8319, forward northwest headed to DCA, Washington National.
Taxi via Quebec, Charlotte, cross runway 1 straight. 27, Delta 1047.
I forgot my salute, Alex. Shame on me. I was just sending a message via WhatsApp to my friends in the Netherlands to let them know that we're live and we're going to be carrying Big Blue's departure heading their way.
Gust 19er, runway 35.
Awesome.
Depending on what they're up to and if they find my message. So.
2963, contact departure, good day.
Departure, Delta 2963, we'll see you.
Into 360 at 14, gust 19er. 1547 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at 0, line up await, traffic crosses downfield.
Gusting 19 knots.
Yep, we're feeling it.
Delta 1047, traffic's in position at Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point enter.
Papa, cleared to cross runway 4.
Not necessarily fun for us because we're kind of freezing out here with the wind.
Yep, and I'm not far away from changing into some of the other gear I brought with for the colder temps.
American 1134, turn left at Mike, cross runway 12 right, continue via Mike 6, hold short of runway 4.
Alright, let's clear to cross 12 right at Mike, then
Jeff,
Mike.
one of our many fantastic MSP Airport Live members. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Jeff. Jeff says, thanks for the great shot of that inaugural Discover Heavy and all of the others on the taxi. Well, you're welcome. You got to get it all, right? It's a pretty important flight to catch. It's a historic moment. So we're not just live streaming, we're also documenting history, and that's something that I take quite seriously.
Tower 126.7. Turn left heading 320, runway 4 at Sierra, go for takeoff.
Heading 320, 480.
All right, looks like Swoop is ready to rock and roll off runway 4.
That's Sierra, Delta 877.
Headed to Edmonton.
Go 3621 Master, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Pampa, Charlie, cross runway 1 straight.
Sun Country 326, Minneapolis Tower, wind 360 at 4, gust 19er, runway 35, clear to land. Which gate today? Thank you.
We'll give away to the runway tower 39. South 3285, taxi. South 3285, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Delta Sierra. Runway 4 at Sierra via Delta Sierra, South 3285.
7, turn left at 300, 300, runway 4 at Sierra, go for takeoff.
Turn left 300, clear for takeoff, runway 4, Delta 877.
There, 5022 Minneapolis Tower, traffic will cross downfield, runway 4 at Sierra, find up a wait.
There goes our Swoop. Off to Edmonton, Alberta. Have a great flight.
WestJet 1547, heading 320, contact departure.
320 or departure, WestJet 1547.
All right, keep them coming. Here we go. More departures on runway 4. Here's a Delta 737, 900 ER.
Headed to Seattle. Flight 877.
24, traffic off the left wait on Whiskey, cross runway 4, all at 1.
That's left runway 4 on Whiskey, Delta 9,
American 1130, traffic's in position at Mike 6, cross runway 4, traffic off the left wait.
First cross runway 4, Mike 6, American 1134.
Can't stay on the departures for too long. We got to get the camera panned all the way to the right, down at the other end of the runway. These departures are going to be one after the other in rapid succession.
And in the background will be arrivals on occasion on runway 35.
795, turn right at Yankee, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike. 22, turn left heading 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Turn left 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, Sierra taking 22.
Delta 877, fly 300, contact departure.
Heading 300, over departure, Delta 827.
Delta.
Starting our roll is Delta Connection, operated by Endeavor, flight 5022. It's a CRJ-9 headed to Bentonville.
Mike, cross
285 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, turn right heading 120, go for takeoff.
Turn heading 120, clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, Southwest 3065.
The CRJ-900 LR is off to Walmart, USA. It's Bentonville, Arkansas.
November 930 Golf Lima, Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon, wind 360 at 9, gust 19er, runway 35, clear to land.
Next up, to depart runway 4, Southwest 3285, off to the windy city of Chicago, Illinois. It's off to Chicago Midway International, and here goes off runway 4.
Via Mike Papa, hold short of runway 4.
Left Mike, cross 12 right, Papa, short of 4, 3790. Approved runway 4, close to Sierra. Go 3926, tower, turn left heading 300, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Country 326.
So I'll tell you what, folks, we're going to continue to see more departures. We've got a couple of Embraers on their way out of town. Both SkyWest flights. Got one to Cedar Rapids, and then the other is off to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. I'll actually be in Sioux Falls tomorrow.
Sun Country 326, monitor ground on point under.
Be in Sioux Falls tomorrow for family business.
That's 3795, monitor tower. A2, Minneapolis Tower, runway 40, line open way.
There's our Embraer off to Cedar Rapids. You can kind of see it through the fence posts. And here's our Embraer now departing off runway 4, going to Sioux Falls.
So how far of a drive is it versus flying?
It's a several-hour drive. It's not too bad, actually, from what I hear.
Oh, and it's supposed to warm back up quite a bit over the weekend, and the forecast going into next week around here looks actually pretty good.
Thank goodness.
Runway 35, 2 turn right, heading 120, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Right heading 120, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff, Skyward 3982.
That was 3926 on the 300 heading, connect departure, good day.
Headed to Cedar Rapids. This is Delta Connection, operated by SkyWest, flight 3982.
That's 3861, Minneapolis Tower, runway 0, line of voice, traffic across the downfield.
And as the flight is climbing out here off to our left, our flight right behind him is just rotated out quick. Not much spacing in between, huh?
Delta. Traffic is in position.
Well, they're going to send them as rapid and as fast as they can, especially if things get a little congested. It says go, 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 go with departures today. Well, that's what we like.
Cross runway 4, monitor ground point under.
Quebec, cross runway 4, and then monitor ground point 9, go 3795.
3222, ground point under, so.
On point 9, have a good day, sir.
So, folks, if you're just joining us, you are looking live at an unusual runway configuration for operation at MSP Airport. Construction on the south parallel has forced the temporary closure of runway 12 right, 30 left, the busiest, most used runway at MSP Airport, which has resulted in some interesting construction traffic flow. The seldom used crosswind runway, runway 422, with the runway 4 heading active right now, is open for departures.
Continue down the turn right at Yankee, then taxi Yankee.
Here we have Delta Connection, flight 3862 to Appleton, Wisconsin. CRJ 900 LR.
Yep, they're leaving now. Quebec all the way as able. Okay, Quebec all the way. Let's go 37. Bring 67 me up ground, push through 4.
36012.
Runway 4 at Sierra via Charlie 5, Charlie, cross runway 1 to right, and you're going to join Charlie behind the company 321, it'll be the third one from the right. 224 at Sierra, Charlie 5, Charlie, 6 cross 1 2 right.
360 heading, connect departure today.
Got a departure today, 361. 699. I guess it's the first 321, 30 craft, 2699, thanks. Delta 963 Minneapolis Tower, Whiskey, cross runway 4, continue Delta, cross runway 30 left.
Whiskey cross 4, Delta, cross 30
An arrival of Sun Country from Destin, Fort Walton Beach.
Golf Lima, monitor tower
1812.
963 and then Matthew cross 30 left, Alpha to the gate, monitor ground point enter.
That was that for Delta 963?
963, affirmative. After you cross 30 left, going Alpha to the gate. Have a good day.
Alright, after we cross 30 left, Alpha to the gate. Have a good day, Delta 963.
So there's the star of the show, Discover Airlines, with their inaugural service. Now at MSP Airport, they arrived not too long ago.
4, Sun Country, 1812.
Traveling Cornstalk, thank you so much for tuning in, buddy. Great shot of the Discover arrival. Watched it in person from the opposite side of the Mall of America from the office. Glad you're able to get a view.
Oh, I was out at the mall last evening. After my shift over at the museum, had to go check out the Lego store. May the 4th be with you for Star Wars.
That's right.
I did not come out empty-handed.
Well, that's good. The Apple Sheep asks, who's the other person today? Well, it's the one, the only RJ Bean, co-host of MSP Airport Live, helping us out, braving the elements.
Okay, clear to cross 4. And
the chilly weather that we've been having here today. So I'll post a very special episode, very special broadcast of MSP Airport Live, getting to see Discover Airlines come in for the first time in scheduled service. My first glimpse of Discover at MSP, a very exciting moment.
Oh, mine too. It's definitely just a little bit of a different perspective of everything today with the ops, because I think I've already mentioned, we are in our usual broadcast area here at the end of Cargo Road at the viewing area, but we're just set up aimed in a different direction. So when we're over in our other spot, just around to the left of where we are currently set up, we get a good straight-on look of the control tower and downtown Minneapolis, and then a little off to our right is Terminal 1, and then Terminal 2 is a little bit more behind us. And now it's more in front of us.
5 Minneapolis Tower at Kilo 3, cross runway 35 on Lima, cross your approach.
Turn on left, city in 360, runway 4 from Sierra, let's take off.
3604,
Company under tow, make the left turn Delta.
Port Sierra, line up and wave. Port Sierra, line up and wave.
100.9, Sun Country, 1812.
Delta 2695, turn right taxi Yankee, Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
20, also 4.
Airshow 6248, right
Airshow 6248, runway 4 from the Sierra Air taxi via Charlie 5, Charlie, cross runway 1 to right.
Charlie 5, Charlie, cross 1 to right, and it'll be runway 4 and Sierra International.
3700, runway 4 at Sierra. 4982 on the 360 heading, correct departure, good day. Air 126248, box December on Charlie.
On Charlie, Air 126248.
Turn to the left heading 360, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left heading 360, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Delta 2287, that's runway 4 Sierra, line up and land.
Sierra, line up and land, Delta 2287.
2695 Minneapolis Tower, wind 36011, runway 35 clear to land. What's the gate?
Sierra, taxi via Quebec, Charlie, cross runway 1 straight.
Alright, runway 4 Sierra, Quebec, Charlie, cross 1.
Hello, Yankee, right on. Endeavor 4865, further left heading 340, connect departure.
Alright, further left 340, departure there 48.
2029, that's car report 0, line up and wait.
Report Sierra, 1 Delta 22.
Good day.
6.7, 1258.
4130, monitor 126.7, okay?
Over to
Well, apologies for that, folks. Our network went down for the moment, but should be up on the line.
And just hold short of Alpha 4. I'll wait till they come out so they can get you in. Okay, left turn, 7, join, 30 left. Yeah, 30 left.
Well, the good news is that the wind has sort of died down a little bit here within the past several minutes as we see KLM pushing back into frame from its gate at Concourse G. Off to Amsterdam Schiphol with the 7879 Dreamliner. Delta flying off to Las Vegas with the A321-200.
Flight 249 on the 100 heading, connect departure.
Over departure, the Rainer has Delta 2249.
Turn left heading 360, runway 40.
KLM, Big Blue getting ready to go to AMS, 250 heavy.
Zero Fox Sierra, turn right at November, taxi via Sierra, Mike, hold short of whiskey.
We got a non-rev A220 departure off to Salina.
Taxi via Sierra, Mike.
Oh, they rotated quick. They're light.
Up 99 at 69, further left heading 300, connect departure.
7300, departure Delta 99.
So coming up in just a little bit, looks like we're going to get the Q400 departure off to Regina, Saskatchewan for WestJet. It's a turboprop.
There's Gopher Pod.
There it is indeed. It's 809 Sierra Yankee.
For 3739 Minneapolis Tower, turn left heading 320, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff. 3593 Minneapolis Tower, wind 34011, runway 35 clear to land, where you parking?
Hotel 13, push shot tango.
Southwest, I think it was 8918, push is approved, runway 4 at Sierra.
I push approved 4 Sierra at 8918.
Airplanes of all sizes around here. Hi, Alex.
There's the Q400. Off to Regina, Saskatchewan. It's our WestJet Bombardier -8s. off on runway 4.
Or 3730, connect departure today.
Oh, just departure on course 3739.
So Nancy, was it asking? I don't apologize if I pronounce your last name incorrectly. She says hi from southeast Minnesota. And I'll say a hi back. I do have family down there myself.
I'll also say hello. How are you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic Friday.
And Daniel Jager says, what airline was parked next to, I think he means KLM at the gate. Yes.
That would be Discover.
And as a model collector, Alex, we have someone, was it Jeff in Mass 1? I have a 1/100 scale model of that WestJet.
That Q400 that just took off. That's pretty cool.
Wind 340, runway
So, getting caught up a little bit on our comments from our viewers. Thanks to everybody for watching today.
Alex Redding, RJ Bean, happy to walk you through all the action here from MSP Airport.
Number
It's
4846.
a very cold,
left, heading 300, runway 40.
early day in the month of May.
Yeah, when we were out here, then we were going to try to stream Wednesday, but things didn't end up cooperating for us. I was in shorts. So not today.
Well, the worst part about it is that they were in what's called the 710 split ops. Well, I'm the one who calls it that. The traffic was being directed to the north parallel, which is pretty much all obscured from the viewing area, and then the departures were happening on 17. No, the arrivals were happening on 17, so it was sort of out of the way. Very little use of runway 22 for arrivals, just with the overflow traffic, but that was just about it. Now, if they're in a north flow, or a modified north flow due to construction like they are today, with departures on runway 4 and arrivals on runway 35, oh yeah, we're in business from the viewing area. If it's not that specific runway configuration that they're running, chances of a broadcast are highly unlikely until construction is complete, or phase 1 is anyway. We'll have a nice long pause during the summer when things will return to normal.
Passing by. Little photo bomb there for our KLM departure.
There 4930, that's part 2 traffic mile final, wind 3409er, runway 35, clear to land where you're parking.
And I know, Alex, after we parted ways on Wednesday evening and headed home, I was sitting at home, and my house faces north-south, and I was looking out to my left out my windows, and I saw some lights, and I opened up my flight radar app, and those were some of those intermittent sporadic arrivals coming in on 22. So where I'm at, I was seeing them from my house, but they were so hit or miss that
right.
That was the challenge.
395, turn to the left, heading 300, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
Turn 300, runway 46, takeoff, Sun Country, 395.
I'm going to video our Big Blue departure and send it off to my friends over there.
344, 2 right turns, join Kilo.
And here goes Sun Country departing off runway 4.
Monitor ground point 9. Kilo taxi, Kilo Delta, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9er. Number 5, Minneapolis ground push first. 5, go ahead. Go 250 heavy, minute power, roger.
All right, we got one more departure ahead of KLM 250 Heavy off to Amsterdam Schiphol.
Cache 942, Minneapolis 935, clear to land, wind is 3448.
Got a United Express Embraer 175LR.
395 on the 300 heading, can I departure, good day? 300 heading over to departure, Commercial 6248, fly runway heading, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading, runway 40, clear for takeoff, airfield
40. 250 heavy, MSP Airport, 40, line up and wave.
Right here, line of wave, line 4. Secretary 407, may have ground push to the bridge.
Script, Secretary 407.
Collision 93, just want to clarify, my crossing at 12 right, Mike 6 for 4.
Sheet 5593, cross runway 1 right on Mike 6, full short runway 4.
Cross runway 1 Mike 6 short of 4, push your 55.
Sheet 5593, monitor tower 1267.
6 push your 55.
There's 6248, turn left heading 300, next departure.
Left turn 300 over departure, show 240.
Down 250 heavy, fly runway heading, runway 40, clear for takeoff.
Fly runway heading on 4, takeoff.
All right, we go. KLM now departing runway 4 for Amsterdam Schiphol with a 7879 Dreamliner.
Whiskey Mike, cross runway 1 right, hop more.
Sorry,
26 Minneapolis 935, clear to land, wind is 3508. It's a little bit of a back here, but it'll keep you out of the way of the departure traffic. So again, via Sierra, so return Sierra, then Kilo to cross runway 4, then Delta Gate. You can monitor ground 1.9 now.
Zone 250, turn left heading 360, can I departure?
360, can I departure, Tatum.
All right, got that video. Now I gotta send it.
All
right, well, look at this.
Oh, look at the line. Getting to be that time of the day.
We got a 319, a 717, and then over here we got a 737 MAX 9.
Make the right turn.
Got 2 Delta and 1 Alaska jet making their way to runway 4 for departure.
For now, monitor ground point 9.
The right Charlie.
And later on, during our broadcast, we will see a big conga line for departures on runway 4. Because keep in mind, the airport's down to just 2 runways out of 4. One under construction, the other unfavorable for use right now due to the wind heading and intensity.
5593, you can make the left turn there at Charlie 5 and then join Delta. Just give the company they're going to use Charlie 6.
Left on Charlie 5, left on Delta.
Secretary 407, ready for taxi. Secretary 407, runway 4 at Sierra. It'll be Charlie 2 and Charlie behind the Delta Airbus.
Charlie 2, Charlie behind the Airbus, Sun Country 407.
Tower 6.7.
Oh, they're light too.
Monitor tower 126.7.
Where are they headed? Baltimore, Southwest Flight 8918.
300, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
left 3004.
Alpha City 918, connect.
Contact departure 918.
Minneapolis, cross runway 35.
Our Southwest flight is already in the clouds. It's a lower ceiling here today. Ceiling meaning cloud cover at a lower altitude.
Secondary 602 is clear of 422 kilo for Delta. Secondary 602, taxi via Delta. Taxi via Delta. 602.
Looks like our Alaska Max 9 is ready to go back to Seattle, Washington.
Niner or 5, Delta 2226? Niner, appreciate it. Delta 2226.
Here we go, our Max 9 lining up.
Whiskey Mike, cross runway 12
now departing
right,
runway
Mike
4.
6, hold short of runway 4.
Whiskey Mike, cross 12 right, Mike 6, hold short of 4.
2021, turn right at 120, runway 4 from Sierra. Clear for takeoff.
Right to 120, clear for takeoff, runway 4 and 0, 2021.
.26, 5 minutes tower, report 0, line up and wait.
And our next one has just been cleared to roll on 4. This is Delta 2821 to Charlotte, 717. So
71 Minneapolis, complex the blue runway 4 at 0.
5 clear to land, and the Roger, 040. 00, runway 4 at 0, clear to
see
take off.
how far they get out before our next departure is cleared to roll.
Delta 2675, our next departure on runway 4. Right after that 717.
They're headed to San Antonio on A319, former Northwest, even though it has the NB tail, and they are rolling. So
it'll be runway 4.
Can't send them any quicker than this, I'll tell you what, when it comes to departures.
Okay, well, let's go a long way. Western there at Lima, and then November, hold short of runway 35.
So 22, 26, kilometer power, 6.7, he'll have one for you.
pulling onto the end of runway 4 off to our right is going to be Sun Country. It's a Tide Pod 407 headed to San Diego.
Perfect. Such departure, have a nice day, 2820.
No brakes in the action.
49, 31 minutes tower, Papa cross runway 4, monitor ground by 9, traffic's in position.
Well, that's the way we like it, RJ. Non-stop action.
Report 931 minutes tower, Papa, runway 4, monitor ground by 9.
I'll sleep good tonight, won't I?
2675, connect departure.
Departure 2675.
Oh, they're making them wait a little bit longer. Maybe we've got are they gonna hold here? We've got an arrival that's passing by us off to our left. They may be letting them cross the runway. Yep. So that's why our Sun Country departure is being held.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case.
Because we have, maybe not.
Delta 1605, minute star, 40 line up and away.
On the way, runway 4, Sierra Delta 05.
Yeah, we've got an arrival that came in on 35 from Fort Myers that's currently taxiing across 12 right.
Roger, just let me know when you're ready.
And here comes our Sun Country departure to San Diego.
Turn right ahead, 120, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
All right, 120, clear for takeoff, 4 Sierra Delta.
So we know what's coming. We've got a flight to St. Louis that has just started their roll again at the end of runway 4. It's Delta Flight 1605.
Heading to Sun Country, 407, getting.
Another 717.
2766, Minneapolis, 350, MSR, 40, line of flight, traffic across the field.
4 Sierra, line of flight, pushing.
Delta 2226, Minneapolis, Mike 6, cross runway 4, monitor ground, 0.9er to the gate.
Yeah, Jeff, I see your comment here still has the AirTran registration. These were former AirTran aircraft, correct, Alex? And that's why.
That's correct.
That's why the AT registration. So in some cases, when the aircraft changed from one airline to the other, the registration does not change.
Delta 1605, connect departure, good day.
Sometimes they'll change it, but they have to pay to get it changed, though, I think.
And I'm sure they'll probably pass on that. Save some, keep some money in their pockets in the bank accounts or wherever they store it.
Got another CRJ ready to go on runway 4. This is American Eagle.
Delta, cross, one straight, short of Tango, we'll set.
Blue Street 5358, turn right heading 120, runway 4 from.
And that arrival that we just saw in the background was from Bemidji, Delta Connection.
Sun Country 9122, Minneapolis, 40, line up and away. Sun Country 9122, Minneapolis, you up?
Yep.
Sun Country 9122, runway 40, line up and away.
Runway 4 at Sierra, line up point, Sun Country 9122.
And the American Eagle is headed to Philly.
Country 9122, turn left heading 300, runway 4 from Sierra, 6 takeoff.
Turn 300, 4 from Sierra.
Just like that, another departure cleared for takeoff. Sun Country 9122.
Runway 4 Sierra, Dodge 614.
35358, connect departure, good day.
For departure, see you.
Information says MSP to MSP. I don't know. Is this a maintenance flight here?
Oh yeah, I see that. Well, the flight number is a 9122. If that's any indication. Oh, that's quick. They're definitely empty.
Yeah, you're spot on, RJ. They got up in a hurry.
Yeah, so looking at my tracking, they came over from the Sun Country facility here behind us. That's to the other side of runway 1735. That we go by on our way to get out here to the end of the cargo road.
56.2 minutes, 40, line up and wait. 40, line up wait.
And right on cue, another departure is a United Express Embraer E175 LR thundering down runway 4.
2736, monitor ground off, United the rest of the way.
And I just got away by the gentleman driving that white truck that just went by us. He was looking over here, so I waved back, and then I waved, and then he waved back.
That's nice.
So that's cool.
Appreciate the wave.
5614, turn left, heading 300.
There's quite a few ground ops people that work for either the airport or another company that watch us, so big shout out to the folks who work at MSP, no matter in what capacity. Thank you for tuning in. You know, many of you guys follow us, watch us.
1470, turn left, heading 360, runway 42.
So I'm trying to keep my flight radar going on that Sun Country that just went out, because I'm curious to see where they're going. Obviously, with the information on flight radar, they're going to be coming back in here. So if that aircraft has been over at their maintenance facility, then they've been doing something, and they're taking her out for a ride to check their work.
So 1208, turn right here, then taxi straight ahead. Oh, Whiskey on Whiskey, short of runway 4. So 1208, monitor tower on 126.7 or further.
Yes, Jeff and Mest 1. Yes, we're definitely thinking the same thing, but those flight numbers indicating that it's transitioning to another airport or a maintenance flight. That's what our speculation is, according to flight radar, saying it's departure and arrival at the same airport. They're out. They're out on a maintenance flight, most likely.
Oh, it's 4283 minutes tower, Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 8, traffic in position.
It's like back in the days when my dad was with Northwest. Part of what he did working in the training department is they would take out an empty airplane at Northwest's expense with the fuel, and part of their flight training with live touch and goes. Go out, come in, land, touch, go out, repeat.
Left on the Lima, and then we'll hold short of the ramp until here we can leave heading 30.3. 3425, turn left between 300, runway 40, clear takeoff. 300, 4 at here, clear takeoff, I got 33, 425. Number 4665, minutes runway 40, line up and away.
And here's Sun Country departing off runway 4 after sitting for a little bit.
Right, heading 120, runway 4 from 0, take off.
Right 120, clear for takeoff 4 Sierra, number 4665.
Report 858, minutes, runway 40, line up and wave.
24 Sierra, Tower, second 425, can you confirm the heading?
Sorry, 425, left to 300.
300, second 425.
Sorry, 425.
All right, folks, I'm going to step off camera for just a second here.
Cross runway 22 on Kilo, then be a Delta to the gate.
Kilo cross 2 on Kilo, then flight for Delta 12.
There, 40, 858, fly runway heading right 40, for takeoff. Exit 595, minutes, runway 40, line up and wave.
5.42, exit 595.
665 on the 120 heading on departure.
120 heading over departure, 4665 here. That's ground 6650, taxi, uniform.
617, runway 4 at 0, CPS 0. Turn right, heading 120, runway 4 from 0. Cleared for takeoff.
Right heading 120, 40, cleared for takeoff at 595. 40, Lima November, hold short 35, entry 3029.
Entry 3020, 4858, turn left, heading 320, connect departure.
320, over to departure, great day, Endeavour 4850.
Sun Country, they'll be using Sierra in front of you.
Mike, cross runway 12 right, and I'll have more.
With Mike, cross 12 right, 1 American.
Minneapolis Tower at Whiskey, cross runway 4, continue Whiskey 5, all further on the other side, jets will be in position. Okay, 617, no star, 40, line of plane, traffic across the zone field.
To go after they left, what they just did.
Respect jet 595, connect departure.
Switch departure 595.
Number 5063, be on the Whiskey 5, cross runway 12 right, continue Alpha, monitor ground point 9er.
5, cross 12 right, Alpha, and monitor point 9, plus
Taxi via Mike 6, hold short of runway 4.
No star, turn left, heading 300, runway 4, Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 3004, Sierra, clear for takeoff, Sun Country 617.
6.7 for more.
101,
100.
and ground plane is going close to 8. We got somebody up in the cabin now. We're going to stop here.
1208, roger, ground point 9er. Let them know when you're ready to continue.
We'll definitely go stay close to it.
Via Sierra to runway 4.
611 November, yes, that's 3020.
All right, we are putting the headsets back on.
Right here, and then turn left on Kilo.
Had to take a
Yankee up more for you just a
short
second.
break here. I had to put on another layer underneath my jacket here. We're kind of freezing at this point.
6.7, yeah.
46 degrees Fahrenheit here from MSP Airport, but
Plus that, it's cloudy.
yeah.
So if we had some sun around, it would be a little bit nicer.
What was the gate today?
And I thought my hot chocolate season was done. Maybe not.
Country 3029, Minneapolis Tower, turn right, heading 120, runway 4 from 0, clear for takeoff.
Return 120, number 4, yes, clear takeoff, Sun Country 3029.
Country 617 on 300 heading, connect departure, good day.
That's 300 departure, good day, 617.
Right near 2434.
Delta 2971 from
2971, runway 4 at Sierra. via Tango and Charlie.
Right turn on Tango, left on Charlie.
We got a prime departure. There she is.
Right turn on Delta, everyone wait, more.
I'm gonna let go tracking the Sun Country because they're headed out. They're not yet showing any signs of returning. So that Amazon Air is operated by Sun Country, headed to Cincinnati.
3029, connect departure. Departure 3029.
Nope, I show your wheels up at 2050. We can have your warrant 5 minutes prior to that.
Okay.
Well, hold on a second here.
And on Mike 6, hold short of runway 4.
Mike.
I thought they were going to cross for just a second, but we got an A220
There's a 2464 monitor tower on 12.7 further.
Next up for departure on runway 4, headed to the Music City. That's Nashville, Tennessee. Delta 2612. A737.
Turn right heading 120, runway 4, Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Right turn heading 120, clear for takeoff, runway 4, Sierra, Delta 2612.
56-3, continue Tango Charlie.
Tango Charlie, number 56.
Number 0 Foxtrot 0, continue via Tango Charlie.
Tango Charlie, 210.
This is Delta 2612. It's a 73-9ER.
Runway 35, clear to land, stay the gate.
The Alpha, crossing 1 Charlie.
Delta 12 on the 120 heading, connect departure, good day.
Target day, Delta 2612.
We might catch it a little bit here off to our left. But we have an A320 that's taxiing on Whiskey with a former Northwest tail number. But this one is a US.
It's one of the older ones.
Yeah. N324 US.
Another twin prop here.
Ooh.
Delta 2971 tower, 267.
It's a Beechcraft King Air 350i is what that aircraft is.
Oh, there it is. We have multiple aircraft over there headed in the direction of 4 for departure, in addition to a Sun Country Tide Pod pushing back over there from T2 and an arrival that just touched down on 35, so take your pick.
Sunshine 12 Minneapolis Tower, runway 35, clear to land, stay the gate, wind is 36011.
360 at 11. Thank goodness.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic 1 holding in position at Mike 6, cross runway 4.
It's toned down a little bit. It was blowing more steady earlier. At around 50 knots.
Yeah, good day for flying a kite.
25, proceed Delta Kilo 3, hold short, runway 5.
Delta Kilo 3, hold short, 35, 75.
75, monitor tower, 123.67.
Over tower 2367.
C3 Minneapolis Tower, traffic in position at Mike 6, cross runway 4, and then proceed into the alley. Monitor ground point 9 to go.
Mike just cross 4 into the alley, monitor point 9, Delta 2463.
Cross runway 12 right.
2434, yeah, you can monitor ground 1.9.
Via Quebec, Charlie, crossway to your right.
Go right, Mike. Then top over the whole turn runway 4.
Yeah, 467, read back right, thanks.
Tower Delta 2983, ILS, 035.
So 2983 Minneapolis Tower, 35 clear to land, stay at the gate, wind distance 6011.
Charlie 2 is clear to land, over.
71, fly runway heading, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff. Fly runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra.
Queue is starting to build again for departing runway 4. Our A220 has been cleared to depart Minneapolis-St. Paul.
The flight radar is not indicating where they are headed. Either way, that is going to be Delta 2656.
Mike, cross runway 12 right, I'll have more. Gus 182 Juliet, Temple ground, push approved. Delta 2091, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Quebec Charlie, crossway 1 right.
So 2656, we just saw it depart taxi off to Houston Intercontinental. Is weird because the information just popped up when they went airborne.
Oh, really?
Flight radar be funny sometimes.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Here, 220 Foxtrot Sierra, Minneapolis Tower, runway, actually it's hold,
They are
runway 4
already in
Sierra,
the
line away.
clouds.
Now arriving at runway 35, Sun Country from Phoenix Sky Harbor.
95 Minneapolis Tower.
Oops.
Traffic just outside 2
So much
miles,
for that arrival.
cross runway 35, and then Lima, cross runway 4, for cargo, you can see.
That's a Delta connection. Flight due Des Moines, the CRJ 900LR.
4262 Minneapolis Tower, sorry, Gus 4262. Wind is 010 at 10, runway 35, clear to land, stay at the gate. Country D12, you can taxi.
Coming up shortly here on MSP Airport Live, we'll have the departure of Discover Airlines from Minneapolis-St. Paul, the inaugural service from MSP to Frankfurt, Germany, the return leg.
Denver 5063, turn left heading.
And there's Key Lime.
Departure, good day.
Once again, that E145 LR that we saw earlier in the show. It's back in town.
Is it the same one?
Yep.
E115, you can monitor the tower on 126.7.
And there goes our King Air.
So that key lime came from Ironwood. So when they went out, that's where they went, and now they're back.
Yep, just like that.
And that was a, okay, 40, yeah, about a 45-minute flight. Okay. That's not all that far.
Checks notes.
Yep.
Looks like we have a A320 that'll be departing soon off runway 4, making its way down towards the threshold.
And our, I just saw some smoke over there, Alex. Our Delta 152 Heavy to Charles de Gaulle has pushed back, and they're spooling up for their departure. So we're going to get a Heavy.
Yeah, we will. We've also got Delta 160 Heavy departing for Amsterdam Schiphol around this time, in addition to our Paris departure. So we'll have a couple Delta Heavies that will be getting out of town here very shortly on MSP Live. We'll be expecting a runway 4 departure for both, and pretty much everything today Boy, has this been a luxury or what, RJ, when it comes to departure spotting? It's been non-stop.
Yeah, this is the configuration that we've been waiting for to broadcast, and I think hopefully all of our viewers are seeing why, because if we didn't have these ops, we wouldn't really be able to share much, because of just where everything is when it's not like this.
Not be a very good show, I'll tell you that.
So, and as I've kind of, you know, maybe shared with some people, if the South Parallel was operational or active, as we would say, also, which is 12 right, 30 left, it's automatic, unless the weather's bad. So
the weather's not bad per se today. I mean, it's irritating because it's super cold outside, right? We wish it was warmer. But the big thing here is it's not raining. You know, we're not getting any bad storms or anything like that. It's going to be quite the rapid warm-up next week. As I know, RJ, you mentioned midweek it's supposed to get around 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, even starting tomorrow, because like right now we're not even at 50 degrees.
Yeah, there's a lot of rain and drizzle and that passed through here last night, thoroughly soaking everything. It's dried up substantially here. I mean, thankfully we won't have to deal with any rain the rest of the day today, but really looking forward to that warm-up too.
2 calls, the 152 heavy, runway 4, taxiway Sierra, taxi at Alpha, Sterling, cross straight 1 to right. And who's the other call?
And of course that was a former Northwest Red Tail. She got my full salute as she passed by us, and she's headed to LaGuardia.
7 Mike Kilo, Minneapolis ground.
91, traffic will no longer
Delta flight 2732. Registration or tail number N377 or 337 Northwest. When it's NW, I don't say November Whiskey, I say Northwest. And yeah, I was just looking at our forecast for tomorrow. It's supposed to be about a high of 68, and then after into Sunday we'll be pushing 70 and above.
Can't wait for that. There's Delta 152 Heavy. Now taxiing this way towards runway 4 for departure, and it's also one of those A330s that received a cheek stamp from Delta.
That's 48 Monster Tower, 126.7. Power
Delta 2591 headed to Boston and rotate.
Point C983, Minneapolis Tower. Traffic is in position on Papa, cross runway 4, continue towards the gate. 591, contact departure, good day. Departure, good day, 591.
Gas 35, Sean, you'll see him on with. Sorry about that.
Roger, on with ground point 9, good day.
So it looks like the cheek stamp that is on both sides of this A330.
3948, fly heading runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff. Runway heading 4 at Sierra.
It commemorates Delta's on-time performance, one of the many awards that they've won as a carrier, I guess, over time. Delta has really done a nice job with on-time percentage, though, I will say that. And it certainly helps when MSP is a major hub in your network, because the on-time percentage here with flights in and out of the Twin Cities is among the best in the country.
Delta connection, flight 3948 headed to Omaha.
Tower. Flight runway heading, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading.
And just with that on-time percentage, RJ, and huge credit must be given to our controllers.
It's
in MSP Tower, best in the business.
It is a coordination of so many people that make it all happen.
We were incredibly delighted and honored to have Joe Check, a tower controller, a veteran of MSP Tower, join our last broadcast.
6.7 for further. The 2006 monitor tower, 126.7.
It was a lot of fun getting to hang out with him, and interesting to see what his voice sounds like when he's on one of our headsets.
2593, runway 4 at taxiway Sierra, taxiway Alpha Charlie.
Joe provided a lot of magnificent insights to what we were seeing when he was out there too. He's so full of information, very fun guy. Can't wait to have him back on the broadcast as well.
And do
big shout out to Joe.
We remind Joe we still have his water bottle.
Yes, I still do.
So just passing by us was Delta 1661 headed to Portland. Another 73-9ER. They're the backbone of the fleet, of course, as most of them are.
737-900ERs and the A321's the backbone of Delta's domestic services. And a regular site here at Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport.
123.67, 2367. Good day.
300, contact.
So it looks like our heavy, our A330 off to Paris, Charles de Gaulle, Delta 152 heavy,
152 heavy,
will
Minneapolis
be
Tower.
first in line to depart here.
They'll be next, and
clear for takeoff.
because of spacing, they might be cleared for takeoff immediately and do what we also like to call a turn and burn.
Ghost 182 Juliet, Minneapolis Tower, cross rate terminus airport has departing when you're able, runway 4 at Sierra, land away, traffic's going to cross downfield.
Okay, when able, land for wait, runway 4 at Sierra, so that's 182 Juliet.
And this particular aircraft, an ex-Northwest Bird, has the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 series engines on it, and I'll tell you what, those engines really displace the air. So the feeling for us in person is going to be visceral, and that thing thunders right by here, and you will hear it too. Now you're not going to hear a whole lot of it growl, but it's just going to be this humongous whooshing sound. So get ready for this. Get ready for the A330 Thunder.
Yep. Throttle up.
Here she goes.
Up to 3130 Minneapolis ground, push.
Back to crew, Delta 3130.
713 PM Cardinal, 7 bird, cross runway 35, continue to runway 4 Sierra, monitor. Breaker 4523, taxi Whiskey, Mike, cross runway 12 right, I'll have one for you.
Copy that. Minneapolis Tower, traffic in position, Papa, cross runway 4, continue towards your gate. Alright, cross runway 4 at Papa.
Roll to rotate salute, Alex.
Have a great flight to Paris. 152 heavy.
Watch her turn out.
So if some of you folks are tuning in and wondering, what in the wide world are we doing saluting these aircraft?
That's my fault.
No, it's a fun thing that we've started. Talk about that.
Yeah, well, when I joined in and started getting involved with the streaming,
Short of gate Charlie right now.
because, you know, I'm so die-hearted, deeply rooted Minnesotan, and my dad, 31 years of his life and being loyal and dedicated to Northwest. Of course, we all hated to see the Red Tails go with the merger with Delta, but there are so many former Northwest aircraft that are still out here flying. That was just one of them. So
Your mom also had a big role in Northwest as well, in addition to your dad, who was a captain for the airline.
Yeah, Mom was a actually she was a stewardess back in the days and times of the Strata Cruisers. So since I've moved back to the Twin Cities and I get to spend a little bit more time out here than what I was not able to do from where I was. My parents, especially my dad, who got into flying thanks to the help of his older brother, he had a very strong desire to be a part of aviation, and his love affair for flying was just infectious. So, of course, it made it possible for, our family to do the things that we did as it related to flying and traveling. So I just have always kind of done a little bit of a salute, and now I get to do it in person. So in the case of the big A330s especially, they get a roll to rotate salute. So I hold my salute as they roll, and I don't let go of it until they rotate. This was my dad's airport. This was the main base and world headquarters during the times of Northwest.
And in my humble opinion, the greatest airline that ever existed, Northwest.
So, we look over at T1. There aren't quite as many over there in view now as there can be, but you look over there and see all the aircraft that are parked. They envisioned that back in those days, and they were just solid red tails.
Nothing but, even Concourse F, that was all chock full of red tails, and everywhere it seemed. It's a sea of red tails. Now it's a sea of widgets and the other odds and ends that populate MSP Airport.
Delta, Bravo, Charlie, crossing once you're...
Yeah, and even when I'm out doing things, if I hear or see something, of course I'm real quick to open up my app and check to see what it is, who it is, where they're going. Just curious minds want to know.
And every av geek as well, myself included, like, hey, what's that?
Yeah, it's like, me the other night after we parted ways and didn't end up being able to stream, and we legitimately did start to set up, but...
we were that close to then spontaneously going live to do what we call our touch-and-go broadcasts. We're not catching any touch-and-goes. We are doing a touch-and-go. We're just touching base briefly, and then we're getting out.
But unfortunately, we were kind of monitoring what was going on with the runways being active or inactive, and we were catching on to the fact that the arrivals on 22 were very intermittent. So we would have been broadcasting kind of in the opposite direction of what we're carrying today. So we're covering the departures off of runway 4, which is basically, in a nutshell, it's the same runway, but it's numbered differently at each end.
There's a Dassault Falcon tri-jet departure.
United 1531 traffic off the right way to you. Station 91.2 Minneapolis, 136010, runway 35, cleared flying, we're parking today. 2523, that's for taxiway, Mike 6, traffic is holding position, cross runway 4. I want you to turn left on Charlie behind United, contact ground at point enter.
Love those Dassault Falcon tri-jet aircraft.
Left turn on Charlie.
I've never been on a little jet like that.
Alrighty, folks, here we go. Cue the conga line. The conga line is forming. Just as I anticipated it would, as we're getting into the busier stretch of the afternoon, transitioning into the evening hours. It is going to get busy, 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 if it isn't already. So We got this Embraer 175LR. RJ, let's read off where the different departures are going in the conga line, starting with the A321 that is lining up and waiting right now for this Embraer to depart.
So our current departure that's ready to go, where the that we're aimed on at the moment, is headed to Memphis, the E75, and that's going to be SkyWest Delta Connection Flight 3551, and they have rolled. And then I'll get the next departure information pulled up.
It's our A321.
And we'll see how far we get with our E175 before we have to turn and go back the other direction again.
So 3231 Minneapolis ground.
All right, so they're airborne. Next up will be our A321 departure, Delta 2593 to Orlando.
Takeoff runway heading Delta 4593.
1036 Master, good afternoon, runway 40, line of point.
Good afternoon, runway 40, line of point, Delta 1036.
551 on the 120 heading, take departure, we'll see you.
120 heading, or 120 heading over to departure, Skywest 3551, good day.
Okay, next up, turning onto the runway to the right of us is going to be Delta 1036 to Atlanta. Another 73-9ER.
Father runway heading for at Sierra, clear takeoff Delta 1036.
It's 4169 Master, runway 4 at the Sierra intersection, line of point.
Order 4 Sierra intersection, line of point, Skywest 4169.
So 2593, turn right, heading 120, 120. Once you get to the heading, contact departure, we'll see you.
Right turn 120, and once they're there, over to the departure Delta 2593. See ya.
And the line, as we call the conga line over here, is being what it is. It is moving along quite nicely. It's not stopping.
Turn left at EVM Lima to the ramp, so you can just stay with me. Turn to the ramp with you. Everything going 22. And top 6.5 and 2.5.
All right, next.
Holy cow, they used a lot of real estate getting airborne there.
A little bit heavy, huh?
Now we're going to fly runway heading runway 4 at Sierra.
All right, ready to go and waiting is going to be our next departure, Delta Connection, operated by SkyWest, flight 4169 to Chicago Midway.
990, stay with me.
90, stay with you, Delta 1036.
So folks that are just tuning in for the first time, welcome to MSP International. We are running a very unusual operations pattern right now caused by construction on the primary runway at MSP 12 right 30 left, which is out of commission until late May. That has forced the action onto two runways today because of the wind conditions.
300 heading, clear to takeoff, runway 4 from Sierra, Sun Country.
There's 3731, match runway 4 at Sierra, line of point.
If you get winds out of the southeast, or out of the northeast rather, or out of the north,
contact departure, see ya.
they'll be in this configuration. It's non-stop with departures and arrivals.
Oh yes, they're just, as we're showing the departures, you can see all the aircraft that are taxiing down to the end of runway 4, and here comes Sun Country. It's a Tide Pod 605 to Phoenix.
Super Tug 6, Minneapolis ground, push approach.
Flight 605 now thundering down runway 4.
And there's 6 more in line at the moment.
126.7, 26.7. 31, turn right, heading 120, 120 is your heading, runway 4 at the Sierra intersection. Clear for takeoff.
Right turn heading 120, runway 4 at
Sierra, clear for takeoff at 3731.
Here's 3843 match, runway 4 Sierra, intersection line up 1.
All right, already lined up, ready to go and waiting. Next up is going to be Delta Connection, operated by SkyWest, flight 3731, and they are headed to Columbus. It's an E175 LR, not wasting any time on the roll.
Delta Alpha,
Right now, these are what we call rapid fire departures. The spacing is super tight, one after the other here on runway 4, just to keep traffic moving and flights on time.
Here's 3843, flight 360, fly north, runway 4 Sierra, takeoff.
And next up, they're in position, ready to go already, is going to be another Delta Connection flight 3843 to Green Bay. Another CRJ 900 LR, your favorite football team.
Yeah.
Super Tech 6 min instructions, proceed on.
And they're rolling. You barely can get turned around to get them.
This is back and forth with our camera here.
Getting a workout.
Gotta love it, yeah.
3731 on the 120 heading, contact partial safe.
Over departure on the 120 heading to 3731.
In Green Bay is where they had the NFL draft last weekend.
That's right.
Heading 120, clear for takeoff runway 4 Sierra.
Word on the street is that Shador Sanders is still on the board. No, just kidding. Cleveland drafted him, but the jokes don't stop, since he was projected to go in the first round at the draft, but he really took a hard slide.
All right.
Might be good for him, though. You never know.
And rolling already is Delta 2415 to Indianapolis, a 73-9ER. Already on the move. Keep them coming. Turning onto the runway now and in position, ready to go next is going to be another Delta Connection operated by Endeavor Air, flight 4875 to Fargo. CRJ 900 LR, already on the move.
So 2415 on the 120 heading, contact partial safe.
On the 120 heading over departure, 2415.
Turn right, heading 120, 120, runway 4 to Sierra, Texas, over takeoff.
Takeoff runway 4 Sierra, right.
Pulling into position to go next is going to be United Flight 1531, headed to Chicago O'Hare, a 73-7.
It's the Stubby 737. It's my favorite variant of the Next Gen series, by the way, which this aircraft is part of. The 737 Next Gen series, debuting in the 1990s.
Sounded like a hiccup there.
No problem. Not sure if you know you got a speed exit of 30 past the hour. And if you're working 5 minutes before that, so 25. Question approved.
All right, in position to go next. Right behind him is going to be Delta 2866 to Newark. A former Red Tail. It's a A320. Registration number N343 Northwest. Time to salute.
In just a moment. So we salute the former Northwest Airlines aircraft in Delta's fleet as a way to sort of commemorate the once mighty presence, the Minnesota-born and raised and proud airline once had here at MSP and abroad, Northwest was so critical
28, C6,
in
right
bridging
turn,
the
120,
Pacific
120,
connections
heading,
from
runway
the
4,
United
Sierra,
States to
Sierra.
Asia.
Right turn heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, Delta 2866.
So 3130 maps, runway 4 at the Sierra intersection, line of point.
And the Northwest legacy is the backbone of what makes Delta such a well-run airline.
Heading runway 4 at Sierra. Surface takeoff.
Surface takeoff 4 at Sierra, turn left heading 280, Delta 3130.
District 5593, match runway 4 at Sierra, line of point.
4 at Sierra, line of point, District 55.
32 maps for the wind 360 at 10, runway 35, clear to land. What's the gate number for you today?
All right, next departure coming up, and they're in position ready to go. Once they're cleared, is going to be Delta Flight 3133 to LAX 73-9ER. And here they come. No time wasting. Jeff Mass 1 is posted, this just in, a Boston to DCA flight had to abort because of a Black Hawk heli in their path. Oh boy. All right, rolling and coming our way is American Eagle, operated by PSA to Washington, D.C., CRJ 900 LR.
31, flight in 300, 300, you're heading runway 4 at Sierra, clip takeoff.
Heading 300, clip takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 3231.
All right, next coming, and then we're caught up, believe it or not, and they are on the roll. Delta Flight 3231 to Las Vegas, 73-9ER.
District 5593 and the 120 heading, contact departure, we'll see you.
Departure, see you, District 5593.
And we're caught up. There's no one.
That indeed we are.
That was fast and furious.
So there's another look at our Discover A330-200 at Concourse G. Currently getting loaded up for its flight back to Germany. The inaugural departure from MSP Airport.
Heading 280 over to departure, Delta 3231.
Now it's in the Eurowings Discover paint scheme. The predecessor airline that used to own Discover before Lufthansa took over.
Sierra, Charlie 5, Charlie, cross, Delta 21.
Country 107, maps ground, push approved.
Push approved, Sun Country 107.
All right, checking on our Discover. They have a updated departure time of 4:50.
Unit 732,
Running a little bit late, but that's all
right.
right. And you know, I think I can guess the reason why they're a little bit late.
Oh, the brouhaha for being the first flight in
Yeah,
and the first
that's
one
right.
out.
The brouhaha is right.
All the excitement and the ribbon cutting and probably a piece of cake for everybody and any little other trinkets that they're offering everybody over there for the departure heading back.
You know, all the exposure to the media as well.
Oh, Gopher Pod's pushing.
Hey, there we go.
Gopher Pod is headed to Las Vegas.
36 row and enter, 35, clear to land. What's the gate number for you today? Super Tug 4 Heavy, maps ground, push reposition via Alpha is approved.
Push approved via Alpha, Super Blade.
So, RJ, what other flights do we got coming in or going out that we should be keeping an eye on?
All right. Well, I know when I was just picking up on where our Gopher Pod is headed, I'm also kind of eyeballing based on the transponders that I see. Oh, I see someone taxiing across
runway 4, and then turn
our
left on Delta.
closed south
Delta,
parallel
you'll cross
runway.
12 right, and stay with me
So
for more.
we've got a departure coming to the
Turn,
end of runway 4 headed to
12
Houston.
right, with you, United 732.
Delta Flight 2106, that whale sound. I thought I heard something, and that's what that one is. It's an A220. And because I know we're hot and heavy on departures today.
Delta 160 Heavy pushing back from the gate at Concourse G. All right, our A350 is about to get going.
There we go.
It was on our notable departures list. So I think what we're going to do...
And it looks like we're in a little bit of a lull for arrivals. I'm finding one coming in from Myrtle Beach.
So we're going to take a look at our notable departures again. Now, we did it to start the top of the show.
Monitor ground now on point 9er the rest of the way. We'll see.
So KLM 656, they all also operate as 250 Heavy. They departed. Our Paris flight has departed. Now we're going to get Delta 160. And so Ocean 53 Heavy, it's a return for Discover back to Frankfurt. And you said the estimated departure time, RJ, was around 4:50, correct?
Yep, that's what Flight Radar is telling me. So I'm not sure what was the original scheduled departure time.
It was 4 p.m., so it's going to be quite late, but that's all right. Also, keep in mind, folks, we got Air France and Aer Lingus that'll be paying us a visit later on in the program. Can't wait to catch the A321XLR for Shamrock. Shamrock is the call sign for Aer Lingus, and then, of course, for Air France, another Dreamliner.
2106 runway 4 at the Sierra intersection lineup by about a minute in position.
So we're still anticipating those arrivals. We have a UPS arrival from Chicago coming in as well also.
It's from Chicago, Rockford.
Oh, that's right.
The
Yeah,
A300. Do we have our MD-11 tonight as well?
This that one's a 7.5.
Wait, what?
That one in particular, we have our Louisville at UPS MD-11.
What we do?
Scheduled at 5:01.
All right.
but it actually is not indicating that she's even in the air.
49 ATM, the wind's 360 at 11, runway 35, clear to land. What's the gate number for you today?
So have they even left Louisville?
So the A350 that we were looking at over at Concourse G looked like they were pushing back, but actually it looks like they're moving the A350. I had my eyes on to a different gate, so not 160.
Delta 106, be a left turn heading 280,
So
280 runway 4 to Sierra.
That might be 160, but they're just moving it to a different gate, which is interesting. I don't know, maybe they had computer problems.
Low runway 4 at Sierra, line of point.
So
I'm just throwing a wild guess into the wind here, so don't take that for being a certified fact or anything.
25, 24, exit on taxiway Yankee, then a right turn on Whiskey. On Whiskey, short of Mike, and I'll call you back there.
25, 24.
And that's our Delta Flight 2106 departure to Houston, the A220.
107 for now.
Yeah, I was checking in on that MD-11 arrival, and I'm seeing it as not even having left Louisville yet. Because I think it's at a 5:01 arrival here.
Sun Country 107 to Las Vegas, Nevada, now departing runway 4, and it's the special Gopher Pod livery.
Heading, contact departure, see you.
See ya.
We're heading to you, contact departure, see you, Delta 206.
Runway 4 at taxiway Sierra, be at Quebec Charlie, crossway 1 to right. Sun Country 107, turn left, heading 300. 300 is your heading, contact departure, you guys verify with the Vegas.
300 departure, see you, Sun Country 107.
So 25, 24 on taxiway Whiskey, cross runway 4, and then turn
So
left
RJ,
on
one of our
Delta,
viewers asks us,
right.
how long is that Aer Lingus flight to Dublin on the 321 XLR?
Good question. I was actually just going in to check on some of the arrivals when we were discussing the UPS MD-11, and I got a little sidetracked. So I wanted to find.
Ground 2459, complete the pushback on Hotel 13. We have Victor, and we're ready to
I'd say out of here. Okay, there's our Air France. Estimated arrival 5:32.
All right.
Shamrock expected 5:06. Well, let's see here. It is. So our Aer Lingus A321 XLR is so far, they left 7 hours and 11 minutes ago.
55 maps, ground push approved.
Or due in here in 38 minutes. So flying westbound is always longer than eastbound. So what, out of here, probably about 7 hours? maybe 7.5.
That sounds about right.
Because I'm still kind of getting used to the length of the transatlantic flights out of here. And they're really not that much different than when I've done it out of Atlanta, because it's the same, the same type of route, but it's just, starting out from down there, and you're a lot further south. Up here, you're further north, but you're also further west. So it's pretty close, actually.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast booth. I'm Alex. That's RJ. And, much colder Friday than I guess we were hoping for. But, hey, you know what? The rain stayed away. Discover coming in on runway 35. It was a real treat to see that, and all the nonstop action on runway 4. I think we're kind of spoiled here today.
Oh, yeah.
When you think about it.
Yeah, it's very much of a different perspective today, because of the direction that we're focusing in on is different. We're, as I know I've said, we're in the same spot. We're in the viewing area, but we're just pointed in a different direction.
Because typically we'd be right over there, behind us. That's where we would typically be set up, is right there, kind of on the other side of that sign. But we need to be facing the action, and of course, that constitutes us moving our stream spot a little bit within the viewing area's friendly confines. But I think that so far we've been set up pretty well today to catch all the action as it's unfolding.
Yeah, it's been a way to do everything out here from a little bit of a different angle, but the same spot. And I don't know if there's been a broadcast with this setup in mind. I mean, I know I've helped out with some of the streams from T1 at Red 8, and I know I helped with one at Purple 6 over at T2, but most of them have been here from the viewing area. But first time with this angle in mind. So,
got our 321 Neo that is taxiing. We'll be headed this way to depart to Anchorage, Alaska pretty soon. Here Southwest getting off runway 4 with a 737-700.
And then a little bit more information about our arriving Aer Lingus flight. They are over the state of Minnesota. They are actually course north of here, and they are kind of paralleling Lake Superior, north and a little east of Duluth.
Oh, fun.
So those people on the flight, if the skies are, the cloud cover is clear enough up there, that may not because of the weather, but they'd be able to look out off to the left side and see Lake Superior.
Very fun.
Number 4918, taxiway Papa now. On Papa, you'll cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, and you can monitor ground and point enter the rest of the way. I'll see you guys. Take it easy.
And that is a gorgeous part of the state up there along the North Shore.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Discover has pushed back from Concourse G.
There we go. So
55-68 Heavy with an MD-11 has recently come online in Louisville. Destination MSP, where we're at.
So they're running late.
7 Papa Juliet, you'll turn left on Mike.
But hey, at least they're still going to get here, right?
Oh, yeah. And I know the last time that I was out here to help with the broadcast, I got a wave from a UPS arrival first officer. Because I started to wave just to see what happens, because it was a taxi mic, and you never know if they're able to or not, or if they see you.
We've gotten taxis on mic, but going a different direction. How about the C-130s from earlier? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that was cool. And I sure heard them going over me once, not too long ago. There again, sitting at home, and I heard something, grabbed my phone, and there they were.
Speaking of mic taxis, we're going to get one here in a minute. It's a little biz jet on its way over to Signature.
25 map taxiway Kilo 3, cross runway 35.
Came in from Dickinson.
Cross runway 4, monitor ground on
Just
point,
as
enter
private
ground.
owner. And then we're going to get our Anchorage departure. Delta Flight 377 A321. And they are on the roll.
Alpha Juliet, you'll turn right on taxiway Whiskey on Whiskey, hold short of runway 4. Sierra, taxi via Delta Sierra, crossway 1 to your right.
04 Sierra, taxi to Delta Sierra, crossway 1 to right,
104 map, runway 35, clear to land. What's the gate number for you today? 7 Papa Juliet.
And they're up.
Cross runway 4, taxi to Signature. You can monitor ground on point 9 after crossing. See ya.
See ya. I love always hearing that. And the company.
7 on the 300 heading, contact departure. We'll see ya.
See ya.
Heading over to departure, Delta 322.
See ya.
Once again, all quiet, although we've got a Sun Country pushing back.
Yes, we do.
4955, continue Charlie 5 Charlie, crossway 1 to right.
And we're going to be headed to Nashville.
Gus 4236, continue Charlie 5 Charlie, crossway 1 to right. Noon, Delta 25, 20 maps, the wind 020 and 11, runway 35, clear to land. What's the gate number for you today?
So there's a look at our Discover A330 getting ready to go back to Germany, having pushed back from Terminal 1. It'll be making its way over here to runway 4 for departure. Can't wait for that, RJ.
So they're not running as late as flight radar indicated?
Parking 408.
Thankfully.
Yes.
Reference to CRJ, box past the tail, push approved. Okay, push approved, American 408. You want 5120 map, push approved.
Johan Clausen says, good afternoon from Denmark.
Whoa.
Good afternoon from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Hope you're having a great Friday. Gino is saying hi. Well, hello back to you. Welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport live plane spotting on MSP Live.
We're going to get an Alaska departure. Most likely the next one, getting a slight pause in the action, and they will be headed to Portland.
Johan also says, been really good. New PC is in the house, so I'm not complaining. Well, neither am I, and I think you brought up something really interesting. So many of you don't see this, but I can relate because our production, we have a brand new computer, which is the beating heart of every production. Our computing gear has been upgraded significantly. So our computing problems seem to be behind us. We went down for a moment earlier. That was due to a software crash, but thankfully everything was fixable. I don't know, what do you say, RJ? Has the hardware performed well so far?
Since I've been here.
Same here too.
President 24, Roger, turn left, heading 300, 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left turn heading 300, runway 04 at Sierra, clear.
Steve, thank you so much for being an MSP Airport Live member for 1 month. My, how the time flies. Really enjoy the channel. Well, hey, thank you so much. Really enjoy having you as a member, Steve. Also, a big shout out to all of our other fantastic MSP Airport Live members as well. Hey, and you know what, folks? If you want to support the channel for as little as $3 a month, if you like what you see here on MSP Airport Live, want to continue to support channel operations, consider becoming a YouTube member. Also, for an interactive streaming experience, details when you hit the join button. Also, there will be a link in the description as well, as we'll swing back over and catch more departures on runway 4.
Yep, that's our Portland departure.
It's Horizon Air for Alaska Airlines with the Embraer 175LR.
Runway 35, clear to land. What's the gate number for you today? Number 49, 5, flight 360, flight north, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff. Sun Country 635, match runway 4 at Sierra, line up point, traffic will cross downfield.
Wait for runway 4 at Sierra, Sun Country 635.
And as they just rotated, that's that same utility building that sometimes is in the shot when we're
520, right turn on Yankee.
Yep.
in another normal spot. And boy, that was a quick one because here comes another. That's our Endeavor flight to Duluth. Flight 4955. CRJ 900 LR. They sent those two quick. Whew.
Got a Sun Country 737 in the delivery scheme sneaking across runway 4 on taxiway Tango. Headed to T2, which is currently in the background behind the Sun Country 737 that is headed towards it.
Heading 120, 120, heading runway 4 at the Sierra intersection, clear for takeoff.
Okay, 120 heading, clear for takeoff on 4 Sierra.
Sun Country 104 from Las Vegas currently in frame, and Sun Country 635 given clearance to depart on runway 4.
Busiest 55, 56, right turn on Yankee, right turn Tango, taxi to the ramp. You can just monitor ground and point out as you go in, too.
Got American 408 on the move to Phoenix Sky Harbor with the 737-800 that's making its way over to runway 4 for a departure.
Here comes Delta Connection SkyWest 4236 to Hibbing. CRJ-550. Woo, they're up.
528 continues straight ahead on taxiway Whiskey.
Wonder how many people are going to Hibbing.
Delta, and on Delta we'll cross.
CRJ 550s, it's basically a CRJ 700 but with a lower seating capacity. These are the replacements for the CRJ 200 LRs that are no longer in service with SkyWest.
Yeah, 3989, hold short of Charlie.
All right, and when our American departure gets down there, they will probably be cleared to go, turn and burn, because there's nobody else in front of them waiting to go.
236, 360 heading contact departure, we'll see you.
360 heading over the departure, that was 43.
40, a match runway 4 at Sierra, line up point.
Up away, 4 at Sierra, American 40.
2520 on taxiway Delta, cross runway 12 right, taxi to the gate. Monitor ground now on point 9 or the rest of the way.
Line up and wait, American.
Oh,
runway
really?
4 at the Sierra intersection, so they're not full-length runway 4 departures. And that's so that the departing traffic does not interfere with arriving traffic on 35 behind it.
Ocean 61. Ocean 461, Minneapolis, go ahead.
So we just had an arrival touchdown on 35. Is there someone behind them?
Hold on.
Taxiway Mike, and I'll call you back there.
We're going to second the gate, Ocean 461.
Sorry, Discover flight, call sign Ocean.
Oh, yeah.
Heading 280. 280 is your heading runway 4 at the Sierra intersection.
Yeah, we're waiting for them to taxi.
Take up runway 4 at Sierra, and there's going to be 280 on the heading for American 408.
And they're on the move.
And they are heavy. Loaded up, going to Phoenix.
Okay, 408 and the 280 contact departure, we'll see.
Over to departure, American 408. You have a great day, man.
Not sure what's going on with our Discover departure.
They pulling back into the gate?
I don't know, maybe they encountered an issue of some kind, or they had maybe an issue with a passenger on board or something we can't tell.
Yeah, according to the tracking, that's where they're headed.
So 815 on taxiway Whiskey,
Headed back
cross
into the
runway
gate,
4,
not
then turn
necessarily
left
a
on
good
Delta.
look.
On Delta, cross runway 12 right, taxi to the gate. You can monitor ground on point 9 or after crossing. We'll see you.
And then cross 12 right and contact ground is at Delta EG 15.
So we hope whatever's going on over there with our Discover flight that it's okay. It looks like they have to return to the gate here.
946 exit on Yankee, then a right turn on Whiskey. On Whiskey, hold short to runway 4. I'll call you back there.
Line 4, runway 4. Sorry, Delta 946.
Give me a 5020 map, sir. Good afternoon. Runway 4 at the Sierra intersection. Fly heading 360. Clear for takeoff.
Runway 4, is that correct?
You got on Whiskey from runway 4 for Delta 2946. That's correct.
So there's Discover Ocean 461 Heavy. Pulling back into the gate, not sure what was going on, but
8815, we're on Delta, going to Fox 7.
hope everything's all good.
Wait, 15 minutes, ground, roger. Have a good one.
Delta 170 Heavy on the downwind. Pretty soon we'll be making a right base or turn for departure or arrival on runway 35. I think that's now the second time that we've caught the departure of our Key Lime Air all black E145.
5120, take departure. You guys enjoy your flight. We'll see you.
Low departure, E122.
So 2946 on Whiskey, cross runway 4, and then turn left on Whiskey 7. I'll call you back once you get across.
Short over there.
So coming up in just a few minutes, folks, we'll have Delta 9 arriving from London Heathrow with the A330-900neo. We'll also have the Delta A350-900 arriving from Seoul, South Korea. That'll be in charge of Flight 170. Expecting a 3-5 arrival. Also Shamrock 989 from Dublin with the A321XLR. 15 minutes out, arriving from Dublin, Ireland.
How's that where you're going?
Also going to check on the status of our friends from France, Air France 634 Tango Heavy, with the 7879 Dreamliner, less than an hour away from touchdown at MSP Airport. Right now, they've been in the air for just under 8 hours. Also, folks, stick around too.
3989
Arriving around the time that Air France will get in, we'll have Delta 165 touchdown with an A330-300.
Go for 901 maps if you're on the 1350
and while we're continuing to stay on the subject of heavies, we might get UPS 5568 heavy with an MD-11 from Louisville, Kentucky. Now its transponder has come on.
37 minutes around the maps for the 1350 runway 35, clear line.
And that aircraft currently in motion to the departing runway at Muhammad Ali International. So yeah, looks like we will get our MD-11 arrival.
Maps for the 1350 runway 35, clear to line. What's the gate number for you today?
Boy, I'll tell you what, this outing at the aircraft viewing area continues to get more interesting and action-packed. We've got yet another C-130 arrival on runway 35 that we're going to go ahead and swing over to catch. So we'll back off of the Park to Discover A330-200. That pushed back from the gate, then pulled back in.
Delta Whiskey 7, cross, runway 1 right.
So you have a departing CRJ, but we're going to stay focused on the C-130 instead. This is a runway 35 arrival, and on the bottom of your screen in our info bar, you'll notice runway ops say 4/35. So that means we're focused on both 35 arrivals and runway 4 departures today.
So we probably have another Mike taxi coming.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm willing to bet, too, RJ, that we're going to get another taxi on Mike with the C-130. We saw one earlier.
Right turn Yankee, right turn Whiskey. You can just stay with me. On actually, just changed my frequency on 126.7. 26.7 is your taxi.
So off in the background there, that is Terminal 2, a.k.a. the Humphrey Terminal here at MSP Airport. So we rarely get a glimpse when things are back to normal and the normal traffic flows at MSP Airport. We rarely get to see T2 during a broadcast.
170 heavy match.
Here on MSP Live, we're seeing a whole lot of it today.
Land runway 4, Delta 170.
We got a different setup, a different angle or two for you today to show all the action from. And here's a 757-300 on the glide slope on approach to runway 35 for arrival.
They're touching down, coming in from Phoenix. It's Delta Flight 3194.
And of course, many of you probably saw that in the background, but
another one.
10:25 minutes ground.
AKA pencil. That flies.
That's the nation's largest shopping mall in the distance, the Mall of America in Bloomington, Minnesota.
I was looking over here to 75 that's being towed.
And hold short to runway 4 at Papa.
It's being towed. It didn't pay its parking ticket.
Mike will go left, cross 12 right, Papa, hold short runway 4.
So off in the distance there, it's a peek at the Mall of America.
Alex, we're 170s on final for 4.
Yeah, there we go.
So that's why I discovered something a little bit funny with their line.
Holy cow, you're right.
Yes. So heads up, everybody. We've got Delta Flight 170 from Seoul, South Korea, an A350 on short final now for runway 4. So we've been covering departures. Now we're going to get an arrival.
This, folks, I don't know how to iterate this to you. I don't know how to explain this, but this is uber rare. A runway 4 arrival, no less with an A350.
And our C-130 is taxiing behind us on Whiskey. So we lost the taxi on Mike, but we're gaining an arrival on 4.
Uber rare A350 arrival on runway 4.
Woohoo! Oh yeah.
This harkens back to the Northwest era when the 747s used to do it.
Intersection, line up away.
Delta 3194.
The 170 heavy, you can right turn on, runway 12 left if you got that. So right turn on, 12 left, right turn on Charlie, contact ground on point 9er. We'll see you.
Bingo!
3424 match for the wind 020 at 13, runway 35, cleared to land.
Out of all the things that we were really expecting to be the highlight today, I don't know. I think the A350 arrival, 170 heavy, touching down on runway 4 may have just stole the whole program today. The inaugural flight from Discover and all. Nope, that A350 arrival, holy cow, that was something else.
All right, Delta cross 1 to arrive, Bravo, and we'll monitor ground point under Delta 3194.
Yep, and our viewers noticed too, Alex. Nate says, outstanding vantage point for the landing of Delta 170. Fantastic. And the Drake says that was gorgeous, by the way.
That certainly was.
Yeah.
Just how it floated down and everything. And you know what? The winds are kind of right down the pipe for runway 4 too. So I can very much see why we got that arrival on runway 4. Makes a lot of sense. It really does.
Could there have been a reason they wanted a longer runway for landing?
That's probably because of the load factor.
Yep.
Would be my guess.
That's what I was thinking.
47, turn right, heading 120.
They were nice and loaded. They had a nice long roll after they touched down on runway 4. Did 170 heavy. So they're A350-900, and there they are.
Because when I was starting to track them coming in, and I noticed that they had made a turn away from, you know, thinking that they were going to be coming in on 3.5, and then all of a sudden, when I checked on them again, and then I looked out here off to our right, there they were. Because, yeah, they were heading south to the west of us, like they were going to then turn into final for 3.5. And then all of a sudden, they turned out back to the west, and then north, and then back south, and then back north, and then they lined up and came in on 4. Ooh. That will be probably what our highlight of the stream today, up there with our Discover, huh?
Wow, incredible. And the Northwest 747s, when they would arrive at MSP Airport back in the day, they used to do that. They were flying full. Those 747s, they would arrive either on 12 right, 30 left, or runway 422.
And we've got Flight 9 on in the area now, too.
It's Delta 9 Heavy from London Heathrow with the A330-900 Neo.
And see what they end up doing while we're on the subject, because they are on the downwind at the moment, off to our west and south, and see how they track for coming in. Don't forget about our Shamrock.
Yeah, as Joe Check calls him, Shamrock Shake.
Towers 123.67.
Got a pair of Delta jets on their way to runway 4 for departure. Well, one of them is a regional affiliate chartering for Delta Airlines with this CRJ. At the front of the line, it's an Endeavor, or a SkyWest flight, beg your pardon,
01011
to International Falls, the CRJ 700ER. And then behind it, it's Delta 1025 off to Denver. It's the next Northwest A320-200.
25 Minneapolis, start up through my funnel, wind 01011, runway 35, set to land, big 8. Okay, 35, clear the wind.
So as I'm tracking Delta 9 with the way it's looking, I think they're going to do a 3.5. And there's getting to be a bit of a line of traffic coming in for arrivals on that runway.
4266 Minneapolis Tower, or runway 4 from Sierra, line up weight, wind 01011. 4 Sierra, line up weight, 42.
So we'll get a couple more rapid fire departures here, and I think I have a visual on a break in the clouds.
Yes, and I was just noticing that. We're getting a little bit of blue in the sky. It's all to the west of us at the moment. But this could be, what, maybe the leading edge of the weather that's coming in that are going to give us some warmer temps. And
there's a lot of high pressure that is off to our west. So that high pressure system might be moving some of the stuff out. I know there was an area of low pressure kind of hanging around the upper Midwest here.
Delay for Denver today, so I'll keep you updated. You can go at 7. Time now is 5.
All right.
Roger, line up and wait.
Our Shamrock Air Lingus flight is lined up behind Delta 9. And they're still on the downwind, although 9 is starting to make the turn.
2452 Minneapolis Tower, 3.5 until the Airbus, wind 3010, number 35, settle in, ticket.
All right, now it's our Delta departure off to Denver, Colorado. Flight 1025 with an ex-Northwest A320 in command.
All right, so I think this was probably the flight that I was looking at possibly trying to go out on when I did my recent trip, but I opted to not go out on this one. You know, it has a later departure out of here, but it also would have been a later arrival with everything out on the other end and getting out to where I was ultimately ending up for skiing, and the timing of the arrival of rush hour traffic in Denver.
3878 on Mike, cross from my 12 right, continue via Mike, pop-up, hold
with
short
my
from Mike 4.
shuttle out to where I ended up at Keystone. And then I would have gone both ways on a A320, but I didn't going out.
Wind 010 at 10, fly runway heading, runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Runway 4 from Sierra, clear for takeoff, runway heading, Delta 1045.
2534, monitor 416.7.
6.712 Delta 25.
Part 330, 32, monitor tower 123.67.
Land, take it.
35, and we are going to Central 11. Hold short of Mike, Delta 25.
The 1025, turn left heading 300.
Left 300, Delta 1025.
There's Delta 170 Heavy.
The 1025, connect departure.
170 Heavy coming in a very unconventional way in the sense of what runway it either got assigned to it or it picked for arrival into MSP Airport this afternoon. Runway 4 arrival almost never happens, and it finally did in front of our live stream here today.
Nailed it. And we've got 9 from London Heathrow, now number 3 for touchdown on runway 35. And then Shamrock is behind them.
Via whiskey and short of Mike.
Short of Mike, Delta 24.
Yeah, looks like they're waiting to get into their gate over there. Maybe they didn't have everybody in place.
Delta 2462, then that make it hold short of runway 4 on Whiskey. Or, yeah, on Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait, traffic will cross downfield.
November, cross runway 35.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding in position.
Delta 9 from London Heathrow is now down to number 2 for touchdown.
Yankee Whiskey short of Mike, American 2140.
3032, Monitor Tower 126.7 for your, for departure there. 1267. 9 heavy Minneapolis, Park on a wind 02011, runway 35, slow to land, parking. American 2140, it'll be a left turn on Mike, cross my 12 right, and then 6, hold short of runway 4.
Okay, Mike, cross the 12 right, Mike 6, hold short.
But Juliet, turn right, heading 120, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Oh, 126.7.
67 from 2462.
That's 462 affirmative. American 2140, Monitor Tower 126.7.
Winds right now 350 and 9 knots. The last aerodrome weather report for our wind here at MSP Airport. And
Delta 9 is now on final runway 35.
On the other side, go off first. They've got a time of trying to hit the same route as you.
He's at the 79 left turn on Kilo, right turn Yankee, Whiskey, hold short over my full on Whiskey.
The 1324 at the tower, I've got about a minute to get you out if you're all set here. So 1324, wind is 010 at 1.
Here we go, here's Delta 9 from London Heathrow, now arriving on runway 35.
417 Papa Juliet on the 120 heading, next departure, we'll see ya.
Shamrock is next.
2525 Minneapolis Tower on Papa, cross runway 4, traffic holding in position, monitor ground point 9er, there's
And we'll keep an eye out, folks. We will get taxi whiskeys from them, shouldn't we?
1324 on the 120 heading, kind of departure, we'll see ya.
2080, number 10 departure, we'll see you, 1324.
Yeah, I think we might get a taxi on whiskey as well for Shamrock.
Wind 0201, runway 35, so to land ticket. Whiskey 3, cross 30 left, and then off to the gate.
Alright, Whiskey 3, Alpha to the gate, Delta 24.
658 minutes, runway 40.
Push further behind 679 heavy, see ya.
0 at 11, turn right, heading 120, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Right there, 120, clear takeoff, 4 Sierra.
South 1965 Minneapolis Tower, 4 Sierra, line of away, wind 020 at 11.
Jeff and Mass says, at MSP Airport Live, any news on the Discover flights? It's a really good question. We're keeping our eyes peeled and our ears open.
Additionally, traffic will cross downfield.
Don't know anything right now as of yet, but we should get the departure from them here pretty soon.
We've got a whiskey for 9, meaning their taxiway whiskey.
We've got to catch Shamrock first.
So, oh yeah, they're about to touch down too. So it's a mad dash to
799 Minneapolis, traffic holding position, cross runway 4, going to be a whiskey to the ramp.
show everything. It's a perfect day to share how busy this airport is.
799, see ya. 3032, flighting 120, connect departure, we'll see ya.
120, over departure, 3332.
Shamrock 989, turn right at November. Or correction, turn right at Yankee, my mistake. Right turn at Yankee, whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Whiskey, 1965, wind 02012, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 120, clear for takeoff, 4 right at Sierra, Southwest, 1965.
2262 Minneapolis Tower. 2.5 in trail, Ember Air, wind 02012, runway 35, settle land, ticket.
Sorry about that. Not sure why the instant replay function triggered.
Golf 12. Here at 4523 Minneapolis, ground, your push is approved, runway 40.
Heavy Minneapolis, outbound whiskey, cross runway 4, contact ground on 0.9 or the other side.
On whiskey, cross 4, ground the other side, Delta 9, everything. We have a whiskey, that's behind the heavy bus.
And Charlie, behind the bus.
Not just the bus, it's a heavy bus.
All right, Shamrock is passed behind us, and it looks like, let's see what they do here. I'm just kind of reporting in, so we know what we might have coming our way. There's...
Right. Be Mike, pop up, hold short.
Yeah, we're going to get a whiskey taxi for Shamrock as well.
Runway 12 right. And
Let's think about it later tonight. We got a runway 4 departure from Shamrock.
Shamrock 99, monitor tower 12.7.
12667, Shamrock 99.
And have you continue whiskey?
On the 120 heading, connect departure, we'll see ya.
Okay, over to departure on the 120 heading, Southwest, 1965.
You left Alpha Gate, Delta 9. Just 4181, turn right at November, taxi via Sierra, Mike, short of whiskey.
Right here at November, taxi via Sierra, Mike, hold short of whiskey. Go west. 4181.
South 16 Minneapolis Tower, 3.5 miles, trail of a 717, wind 01010, runway 35, settle land, ticket.
Land Fox 2 on Delta, 25%.
Yeah, am I still seeing 170 over there waiting for their gate?
2272 Minneapolis Tower.
Yeah, I think you might be right in that.
And here comes Shamrock.
3301, New Squawk 2475, runway 40, taxi back Charlie, cross runway 12 right. That's my 262, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike. Delta 2262.
4181 on Mike, cross runway 12 right, continue via Mike, Papa, hold short of runway 4.
I think we've got a taxi Mike coming.
On, make it
cross 12
Yes,
right.
we do.
Mike Papa holding short of 4. Lewis, 4181.
Oh, they're hauling.
Here 4523, runway 40, taxi Delta, Charlie 6, Charlie, ground 30 left.
Delta 2262 on Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
Just 4181, monitor tower 126.7.
So they came in from
Traffic will be
Detroit.
holding in position at Papa, cross runway 4, all the way to the gate, and you can monitor ground on point 9er at the other side. You'll have traffic coming for you.
Okay, that's great. Clear to
Next
cross
up, Delta
runway 4 at
1028
Papa,
off
traffic
to
holding
Atlanta
all the way to the
Hartsfield
gate,
Jackson.
monitor point 9, Shamrock 99.
So the A321.
1028 Minneapolis Tower, 4 Sierra, line up and wait. Traffic crossing downfield, wind is 010 at 11.
Line for wait, runway 4, Delta 1028. Delta 2262, new gate is Gulf 18.
So 2262 Gulf 18 now, or after that?
To right, it'll be Mike 6, hold short of runway 4.
With Mike, cross 12 right, Mike 6, hold 4, Delta.
Shamrock 980, and as you turn into Echo 12, just use caution. United's going to be pushing Echo 10. We'll see ya.
885, runway 4, Sierra, taxi Charlie 5, Charlie, cross 30 left, join Charlie behind the CRJ.
5 Charlie, cross 30 left, 100.
Shark 989, ground.
99 with you.
Shark 989, turn into the gate behind that.
Tower, traffic's holding a position at Papa, cross runway 4, all the way to the gate. Monitor ground on 12.9er.
Cross runway 4 at Papa and over to ground point 9, Dallas, 4181.
So 2262, traffic's holding a position on Whiskey, cross runway 4. You can contact ground on point 9er the other side. I'll have you pass. Just disregard the American jet's going to pass behind you, so you'll be number 1 the whole way, ground point 9er.
On Whiskey, we're clear to cross runway 4, ground point 9 the other side, Delta 2262.
Whiskey, hold short of runway 4 on Whiskey.
You must be hold short of 4, Delta 2516.
Wind is 010 at 10, turn right, heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, cleared for takeoff.
On heading 120, cleared takeoff, the runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 1028.
United 650,
All right, they're rolling.
runway 4 at Sierra, line
1028 to Atlanta.
At 11.
Or I thought they were.
Carolina plane on 658.
I thought I saw them started to move. Oh, now they are.
Whiskey 5, cross 30 left. Out to the gate, Delta 2262.
2516, monitor tower 126.7.
167, Delta 2516.
We might catch a glimpse here of a 717 off to our left
Whiskey short of mine, Delta.
that has arrived from Kansas City.
Delta 1028, kind of support jet.
Support you there, Delta 1028.
Turn right, heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 120, clear for takeoff on 4, United 658.
All right, here we go. United 658 to Chicago O'Hare. On A319.
3 minutes, you're up, approved.
Traffic will be holding in position at Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9 the rest of the way.
On Papa, cross 4, traffic hold, and ground point 9 or Delta 16.
So 2516 Minneapolis Tower on Whiskey, cross runway 4, traffic will be holding in position, and you can taxi via the other side, Delta, cross runway 1 straight, Alpha, monitor ground point 9 yeah.
Clear cross runway 4 on Whiskey, and then clear cross runway 12 right on Delta.
So it looks like they're still parked over there at the gate.
Almost 90 minutes from their scheduled departure time. Discover, I don't know, maybe they want to have a longer stay than just a couple hours between arrival and departure. I'm just saying.
Weight traffic crossing downfield, wind is 0109.
Good day, close your line up on my beacon 45.3.
Point 203, left turn at Mike, crossing my 12 right, taxi at Mike, Papa, hold short over my 4.
Okay, left turn, Mike, cross 1 right, Mike, Papa, go 123.
That's point 203, Mike, Papa, hold short over my 4.
Mike, Papa, short 4, that's 22.
That's 1701, monitor tower 126.7.
Heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, begin 4523.
That's 4301 Minneapolis Tower, 4 Sierra, line up and wait, squawk 4275, please, 4275.
4275 is 4 at Sierra, line up and wait, 4201.
Delta 2884, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short Mike.
Yankee Whiskey for the Mike, Delta 2884.
2-1, Carol push approved, runway 4 at Sierra.
Push approved, runway 4 at Sierra.
It's American Eagle. Actually operated by Republic Airways, flight 4523 to LaGuardia.
Oh, heading 4 Sierra, clear takeoff, just 4201.
Delta 2885 Minneapolis Tower, 4 at Sierra, line up and wait, traffic will cross downfield, wind is 010 at 8.
And already on the roll. Next up, this is another American Eagle, but this one operated by SkyWest, headed to Brainerd. Because it's wearing the Delta paint scheme.
4623, kind of departure, we'll see you.
120, over departure, we can 4523, take care.
Delta 1701 Minneapolis Tower, traffic holding in position at Mike 6, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, on ground point 9.
Mike 6 will cross.
Next up, Delta 2885 to Milwaukee Mitchell.
Ooh, it's going to be a roll to rotate salute.
Just 926, taxi via Kilo Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Left heading 360, kind of departure.
Left 360 on departure, Scott 4201. Okay, Mike, cross 12 right, pop up short of 4, Delta 2884.
2885, wind is 030 turn right, heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Sierra, clear takeoff, 40, Delta 2885.
Turn right, heading 120, Delta 2885.
Sierra, Delta 2885.
Delta 3926. It will be a left turn at Mike. Going across my 1 to right. Hop up and 1 close to my 4.
Mike cross 1 right, cross 1 4.
0659. Take the Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike. Whiskey, short of Mike, 46.
03, Minneapolis Tower at Papa, cross runway 4, all the way to the gate, monitor ground point 9er.
Alright, at Papa cross 4.
Oof, that was a steep climb.
Papa to the gate, monitor point 9, that's what you
Like a 7.5.
Yeah, just about. Maybe they were a little lighter today. Who knows?
Got 3926, monitor tower 126.7.
26.7, Chicago.
Country 261, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi Charlie 1 Charlie, behind United at the tail. 2272 Minneapolis Tower, traffic will be crossing downfield, runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait, wind to 0308.
030 at 8.
35 Cleveland, go to Bravo.
Honor Tower 16.7.
26.7.
So our MD-11 from Louisville, Kentucky is
Tower on
just to the southwest of Chicago en route to Minneapolis. CPS 2568 heavy.
2884, affirmative. See ya.
Now, I doubt this is going to happen, but wouldn't it be awesome if we had an MD-11 arrival on runway 4, just like we saw Delta 170 Heavy do earlier in the show?
United 227 Minneapolis Tower.
What do you think?
Tower's looking for 126.7.
I don't think that's going to happen, but wouldn't that be crazy?
Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike. 046.
All right, thanks. Wind 0208, runway 4 at Sierra, line up.
West Carolina, point 9, Mike 272, and right off the right side here. Click up the taxiway.
What did you say it looked like?
There's 2 taxiways like that knocked over by someone.
Okay, I'll pass that along to the airport. Thank you for the report, United 272.
Embraer, wind 020, runway 35, settle land ticket.
Hold on, runway 35, hold Charlie 13.
4982, taxi via Mike, cross runway 12 right.
Fly runway heading, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Runway 4 at Sierra, runway heading, clear for takeoff, United 2272.
Alrighty.
Century 261 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at
United
Sierra,
is about ready to rock and roll. Off runway 4.
Headed to Denver.
Sun Country 261.
Like 2272, 73-9 ER. And in the background, we had an arrival, United arrival.
I was just going to say the same thing. You're reading my mind.
That arrival was from Chicago O'Hare. Oop, they're heavy.
Range 261, turn right, heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Alright, right turn 120, runway 4, clear for takeoff, Sun Country 261.
There you go, Sun Country 261 off to Chicago O'Hare. 737, 800.
Actually, that was United.
272, turn left.
Now we've got a Sun Country departure. So do we have back-to-back departures to O'Hare? One United, one Sun Country?
Yeah, 374, turn left at
72, contact departure, see ya.
Alright, sure, good day, please, have deal.
Kiowa 3926 Minneapolis Tower on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9 to the other side.
Cross 4.
Denver 4659 Minneapolis Tower on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9er.
Not 4, Papa, ground point 9.
Denver 4982 Minneapolis Tower on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9er.
On Papa, cross runway 4 over to ground point 9er, Denver 4982, good day.
On short final, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, Air France 634 Tango Heavy with our 7879 Dreamliner.
Oh, I completely forgot about them.
Heard him on frequency just a short bit ago, and I'm like, ooh. Oh, and that's real tight spacing, it looks like, between them and the Delta arrival.
Oh, it sure is, because this this Delta arrival from Seattle and Air France is right behind them. So it isn't going to be much before we see them.
So this will be our first Air France capture of 2025 on MSP Airport Live. Stoked to have our friends from France on our live shows.
Delta 41, join Whiskey, hold short of my...
And there they are. There's Air France.
Gus 4015, be Mike, cross my 12 right. Mike, Papa, hold short over my 4.
Mike, cross 12 right. Papa, hold short of runway 4, Sky West.
And 374 Minneapolis Tower on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 9er.
Cross runway 4 on Papa, monitor ground point 9er, United 374.
Ground southwest 2036 is Hotel 12, ready push.
Trip, miles a heavy 787, cautionary turbulence, wind 01011, runway 35, settle land, gate.
Sorry about that, push through with the turn stop. 2036. Block 11.
So 941, it'll be Mike, cross my 12 right. Mike, hold short of runway 4.
Mike, cross 12 right. Mike 6, short of 4, Delta 41.
Gus 4015, monitor tower 126.7.
26.7.
So 941, monitor tower 26.7.
26.7, 941.
Air France 34 Tango, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
Yankee Whiskey, we all short of runway 4, 64 Tango.
France 634 Tango, monitor tower 126.7.
We monitor 126.7 minutes.
All right, there's Air France now behind us.
453, visual 35.
Push it 43 minute aircraft, short final, wind 01011.
And if she follows what other traffic has been doing, we're going to get a taxi whiskey here.
Delta 1130, just outside of Oral.
Gus 4015 Minneapolis Tower on Papa, runway 4, monitor ground point 9er.
On public, cross runway 4, is it on our ground, please?
So, folks, in just a moment, we're going to swing the camera to the left and get Air France taxiing its way to Concourse G at Terminal 1. It's their 7879 Dreamliner. Boy, am I glad to see Air France back in business for another stellar seasonal year of service to MSP in 2025.
Delta 9 Minneapolis Tower at Mike 6, cross runway 4, all the way to the gate, monitor ground on .9er.
Now, Air France, they started a little bit earlier than they typically have in the past with their seasonal service to MSP.
4 on the other side, contact ground on .9er.
On Whiskey, we cross runway 04 on the other side, 1219er from 634 Tango Bike.
He's pretty quiet. She's gonna keep right on going and cross runway 422.
Good afternoon, from 634 Tango, just crossing 04.
Air France 634 Tango at Delta, cross A1 right, and continue via Alpha.
At Delta, we cross 30 left, and we continue on Alpha from 634 Tango.
Custody at 61, taxi via Mike, cross runway 12 right, taxi via Mike, Papa, hold short of runway 4.
Mike cross 128, Papa, hold short runway 4, Sky 61.
Custody at 61, Mike Tower 126.7.
6.7, Sky 3.
Jet 453, taxi via Yankee, Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
Whiskey, hold short.
Jet 453, monitor tower 126.7.
Now the downwind for a 3-5 arrival, Delta 165 Heavy from Amsterdam Schiphol.
413, it sounds like something different, but wind 02010, runway 35, settle land, what's your gate?
She's just almost, just a little south of due west of us. 829 November Whiskey in charge. It's the A330-300. That is on the Delta 165 flight from AMS to MSP today. The aircraft was delivered in June of 2016 to Delta, even though it maintains the Northwest registration suffix. This aircraft was one of the last A330s delivered, a part of that original Northwest Airlines order for the A330. This is a part of that order that was not delivered in time before the two Northwest and Delta Airlines became one in 2008 at the merger. But Delta decided to keep...
They're not quiet, are they?
Really?
Never.
Oh, well. Hey, and you know what?
And here comes another one, going in the opposite direction.
Just for good measure.
What was all the ruckus? Here's the ruckus.
Part 2.
61 Minneapolis, Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground .9er, the other side. Papa, cross runway 4, monitor .9er, the other side. Push it 453 Minneapolis Tower, Whiskey, cross runway 4, taxi to the ramp, monitor ground point 9.
And I was just checking in on our Amsterdam arrival. It looks like they're about number 6 for arrival. Actually, it might be down to 5 because we just had a touchdown over on 3-5. So go down by 1.
Well, it looks like Discover is ready to get going again.
Are they?
Mike, pop up, hold short for runway 4.
Alright, at Mike.
So the jet bridge hasn't been pulled back yet on the aircraft.
Alright, clear to cross, wait, 22, at Mike, or 12 right at Mike, and then miss the rest.
Delta 1138. Whiskey, cross runway 12 right. Mike, pop up, hold short of runway.
Okay, clear to cross, 12 right at Mike, Papa, hold short, runway 4, Delta, left 38.
Delta 413, taxi Yankee Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
Yankee Whiskey, hold short, runway 4.
Yeah, am I seeing it right that their transponder's back on?
Yeah, apparently so. That is marvelous news.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything as far as what has happened.
Yeah.
But
1127 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3.5 ahead, 737 and 01011.
whatever it may be, it's better to catch it before departure than have to turn around and come back
126.7.
once you're in the air.
Delta 416, monitor tower 126.7.
Folks, if you're looking for an interactive stream experience with us today here at MSP Airport Live, you want to support our efforts from MSP Airport and maybe future airport on the road destinations, consider becoming a YouTube member today. And visit the link in the description below or hit the join button for more details. So you can use all the fun member emojis during our live broadcasts, including our red tail emojis. Got a lot of fun ones on there too. It also helps support what we do out at MSP Airport. Apologies for the beeping that may have gotten annoying there temporarily. That's the scanner trying to tell me, hey, I'm out of juice. Feed me more batteries. Now, speaking of our scanner, friend of the show, and I don't know if he's still watching here today, our friend Daniel Swanson, he has the same scanner that we do, got this really cool antenna for it, and boy, does it pick stuff up from miles away, like a real significant distance. So we're going to make an investment here pretty soon. It's only a $15 drop in the bucket to get a little bit better range on our scanner, maybe a little bit cleaner, clearer signal.
Yeah, he had a wicked antenna on his.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel, for showing us that. That was really cool.
Left on Mike, 1 to right, Mike, 26, short 4.
Daniel Swanson's still here. Oh,
awesome. Thanks, Daniel.
Yeah, so I'm certainly going to be getting the upgraded antenna pretty soon because that worked so well.
All right, our Amsterdam arrival, Delta Flight 165, has begun their turn out of the downwind portion of their route for coming in on runway 35 to get lined up with all the other arrivals that are in front of them. So they are down to 1, 2.
So Discover has still not pushed back. It looks like the
126.7.
The diaphragm on the jet bridge.
2129, turn left at Mike, cross runway 12 right, continue.
That's that accordion part on the jet bridge that kind of
runway 4.
bridges the gap between the circular or cylindrical fuselage and the
Delta 1127, turn right at
the square corners of the jet bridge. Right, so the jet bridge makes a flush connection with the aircraft.
3547 Minneapolis Tower, wind 020.
I don't know exactly what that part of the jet bridge is called, but it's pulled up. The jet bridge has not been pulled back. So we will keep a keen eye on our Discover departure.
All the way to the gate, monitor ground point 9, 1590, have a great weekend.
And we have yet to discover the reason why our flight is delayed getting back to Germany.
All right, and our Amsterdam arrival is down to number 5 for departure. I think there might have been some other arrivals that kind of snuck in on the pattern in front of them. Because I know I had said they were 6th, and now they're just down to 5, and there's been other arrivals in between, but I think there were some other arrivals coming in from another direction that snuck in.
Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Take it, Yankee Whiskey, hold short flight.
So our UPS flights, Daniel says, UPS 5568, northeast of Cedar Rapids, 38 minutes out.
1127, turn left at cross runway 12 right. Continue Mike Papa, hold short of runway 4. Mike Papa, short of 4, clear to cross 12 right, Delta 11 Delta 2129, Litter Tower 126.7. 167, Delta 2129.
Hello, Delta 2863, let's Zulu 35.
Delta 28,
Oh, you know what I just realized we haven't seen today?
What?
Gerald.
You're right, our little chipmunk friends.
No Gerald. Maybe they don't like the weather either.
I don't blame them. Gerald was out looking for food earlier. Not so much anymore.
Mike Papa, hold short of Delta 2936.
And I'm sorry, Delta 2936 at Mike 6, hold short of runway 4.
Gerald is the name for the
Mike 6, hold short of runway 4, Delta 2936.
ground squirrels that we have here at the airport.
On 126.7.
All right, now our 165 arrival is down to number 4.
SkyWest 3522, turn right at Yankee, taxi the
Next
Yankee
arrival
Whiskey,
in
hold short
sight.
of Mike.
Their lights are now in sight of us.
So currently at the moment I had to step off the ladder for just a brief bit, give myself a little bit of a break, and should be back up.
2936, Tower 126.7.
Should be back in the saddle here in just a moment.
Tower at Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground on .9ers, rest of the way to the gate.
Temperature right now is hanging around 50. 50 Fahrenheit, 10 degrees Celsius.
What's the wind?
Last reading, 350 at 9 knots. That info bar is programmed to automatically update, and that's directly from the source, the National Weather Service weather station here at MSP Airport. Whenever it updates, our graphic will update. So that's the official information.
Yeah, the wind
The
sucks.
most accurate, according to the last aerodrome report.
Yeah, you can tell there is a bit of a breeze when looking at the windsock here.
Guys, 3547. That's correct. That's 2936 Minneapolis Tower at Mike 6, cross runway 4, all the way to the gate. Monitor ground on .9er.
So that arrival was SkyWest from Austin. It was an Embraer 175 LR operated, of course, part of Delta Connection, and I know I just mentioned SkyWest.
3547, turn right at Yankee, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
So that aircraft that we saw earlier that was in the Delta Connection livery, but showed up as American Eagle on flight radar. One of our viewers did some digging for us. See if I can go back to that particular comment. Looks like information did not get updated as it was supposed to. So it's a Delta Connection. So based on the flight number, I think it must have been an American Eagle in a past life, and its
1127.
mugshot just hasn't been updated.
24, monitor ground, I'm putting down the rest of the way to the gate. I'll see ya.
.165 heavy Minneapolis Tower, wind 010, runway 35 clear to land. What's the speed?
Go for today, 35 with the 165 heavy.
There you go, Delta 165 Heavy from AMS with our A330-300.
2036, go ahead.
Is there,
Cleared to land.
Right, see, we're sitting here a while. We can push back and then another maintenance.
Yeah, they're down to number 2 for touchdown now, so they're getting there.
Tried to work through it, work with the company, and they wanted to get back to the gate. So I already informed off. They're going to work.
Eric, thank you so much for tuning in.
And we'll head back.
Eric says, thanks guys for all your coverage. I live 2.5 hours north of MSP. Well, thanks for tuning in, Eric. You bet.
All right, thank you.
Something I really didn't want to miss. I did not want to miss the inaugural arrival or the departure.
Monitor tower 126 points.
27 goes 3547.
Air 49, 1 Minneapolis RNA 4 Sierra, line up away, traffic will cross downfield.
63.
749, Minneapolis RNA
So
4 Sierra,
RJ,
line up away, traffic will cross downfield.
165 Heavy. In sight, about to touch down.
Yeah, and I see him.
It's got one more arrival ahead of it.
Yeah, and that arrival is literally about to touch down. You can see him from here.
We'll let that one pass because we want to see the big A330, don't we?
Oh, that's a no-brainer. Because she's a red tail.
Runway 35 clear to land.
Well, an honorary one, this one was delivered to Delta, but it maintains the Northwest registration suffix, November Whiskey.
And we'll probably get a good look at her as she taxis by us on Whiskey, because that has been the trend the whole time we've been out here today. Because there are trucks out here working on 1-2 right.
You bring up a good point, RJ, because we really kind of need to see the construction now that you pointed it out. Yeah, they have been working on that runway. It's a great observation.
Holding a position on
there we go.
Runway 4 and Delta Alpha to the gate, monitor ground on.
Oh, and they are down.
All right, cross runway 4, Delta Alpha to the gate, monitor.
Here we go, 165 Heavy has arrived. Welcome to Minneapolis, St. Paul.
So we'll catch them on the other side as they get down here towards the end, opposite end of the runway 35, which is 17, and then they'll pull off the runway and pass by behind us and to the other side of the FedEx facility here, and then we'll see them pop out and go over to get on Taxiway Whiskey.
Also keep in mind, folks, we've got Iceland Air 657 with the MAX 9 that'll be arriving too. So stay tuned for that. We'll have Icy, as we like to call them.
Monitor tower 26.7.
They'll be arriving within the 6 o'clock hour, because it's pretty much 6 o'clock right now
F3547
here in the Twin Cities.
F4901, wind is 010 at 11, flying runway heading, runway 4 at Sierra, clear takeoff.
Runway 4 from Sierra, takeoff.
We got Endeavor Air 4901 to Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Yep, all right. There's 165. I can see her, so give her a little bit of time here, and then she'll be passing by us on Whiskey.
Delta 1630, ma'am, ground, push approved.
Push approved, Delta 1630.
Echo Mike, Minneapolis Tower on Whiskey, cross runway 4 all the way to the ramp, underground point 9 or skip.
Whiskey, cross 4, monitor point 9 on the other side all the way in, 4 Echo Mike.
There we go. I think this might be one of the Target corporate jets. I don't know. Be an excellent assignment for our managing producer and moderator in the chat today, Micah Larson.
November 901, turn left heading 300, connect departure, skip.
November 484 Echo Mike.
Delta 620, turn right at Yankee, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike. Where are you parking?
Yankee Whiskey, hold short, left Mike, and we're parking Charlie 13, Delta 1620.
Delta 1533, Minneapolis Tower, wind 010 at 11, runway 35, cleared to land. What's the gate?
Runway 35, we're parking Fox 15.
And here comes 165. About to come in view. There she is.
Delta 165 heavy on Whiskey, cross runway 4 down to Whiskey 5, all more. On Whiskey, cross runway 4, heavy on Whiskey 5, cross runway 1 to right, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9. On Whiskey 5, cross runway 1 to right, and monitor ground point 9.
Delta 2647, turn right at Kilo 8, join Whiskey, hold short of Mike. Delta 1620 at Mike, cross runway 1 to your right, continue via Mike Papa, hold short of runway 4.
With cross runway on Mike, cross runway 1 to, sorry, could say that again, Delta 1620.
Okay, Delta 1620, make the left turn at Mike, cross runway 1 to right, and then on Pop, hold short of runway 4.
Alright, cross on Mike, cross runway 1 to right, and then Papa, hold short of runway 4, Delta 1620.
Taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, crossway 1 to right.
4 at Sierra, Charlie 5, Charlie cross, 1 to right, Delta 1630.
Still no movement on our Discover A330-200.
2647, turn left at Mike.
Oh, we haven't
cross
heard
runway 1 to
anything on
right,
the radio.
Continue via Mike Papa.
Yeah, because it doesn't look
short of
like
runway
they
4.
had pulled back the jet bridge. That looks attached to the aircraft,
Mike cross to right.
based on what I'm seeing.
Papa short of,
On Papa, hold short of runway 4, Delta 2637.
on Papa short of 4.
2209 Minneapolis Tower, wind 010 at 11, runway 35, clear to land. What's the gate?
So at 35 Delta 3.
Delta 1878, turn right at Kilo 8, taxi via Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Kilo 8, Whiskey, hold short of Mike, Delta 1878.
Delta 1620, monitor tower 126.7.
126.7, Delta 1620.
Delta 2647, monitor tower 126.7.
All right, Icy's due in at 6:15.
In about 10 minutes. So what are we looking like for arrivals?
Delta 2078 on the
Delta 2078, Minneapolis tower, wind 010 at 11, run 35, cleared to land. What's the gate?
They're north of here. They are down to about 10,900 feet. They are 8 minutes out. And then we're also watching our UPS arrival too. Aha. Is that them? They are
1620 on top across runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground on point 9.
what, 26 minutes out. They're still up at 26,000, just under 27,000 feet. And they are south of us, so for them it's going to be more of almost kind of like a straight shot coming in on 3-5 if that's what they're going to be doing.
Kinda, yeah.
So,
Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
and yeah, it's getting to be a big line of arrivals.
Delta 1870,
That's where the traffic is at the moment.
Delta 1533, turn right at Yankee,
As
taxi
we're
via Yankee, Whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
getting a bit of a break for departures.
2647 on pop across runway 4, monitor ground point 9. Have a good day. Pop across 4 and monitor point 9. 1533.
The 2982 Minneapolis Tower, wind 360.11, runway 35, clear
Some
to
of you
land.
are saying in the chat that MSP must need the gate space, and that's what they're trying to work on here with our 2040 project that the Airport Commission has set into motion. MSP is bleeding for gate space right now, especially at Terminal 2, but thankfully the expansion project, the construction has gone fairly well.
1830 enter cross runway 4 at Whiskey, and then at Whiskey 5, hold short of runway 1 straight. Cross runway 4 at Whiskey, at Whiskey 5, hold short of runway 12 right, Delta 1870.
Taxi.
Runway 1 straight, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9, see ya. Alright, Whiskey 5, clear to cross runway 12 right, monitor ground point 9, Delta 1870. 1530 after traffic will hold in position at Whiskey, cross runway 4, join Delta and cross runway 1 straight, monitor ground point 9, have a good day.
Whiskey cross runway 4 and Delta and cross runway you're crossing 12 right and monitor ground point 9 at Delta 1533. Good afternoon.
So folks, we have a quick break in the action here. We're gonna
1630 runway 4 at
take a step back for a minute. I gotta get warmed up here, and when we return, we will have the UPS MD-11 arrival. We'll have Iceland Air, and we'll have hopefully the departure of Aer Lingus and Air France, and of course, hopefully our Discover flight too, hoping they can get out on time when we return on MSP Airport Live.
1630, the wind 360 at 10.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.
United Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon. Wind 360 at 10, runway 35 cleared to land. What's the gate? (2982), turn right at Yankee, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Yankee Whiskey, short of Mike, Delta 29.
Delta 2209, may have start up across from my 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9, good day.
Was that for 2209?
2209, and pop across from my 4 to the gate, monitor ground point 9.
On top, we'll cross runway 4 to the gate, we'll monitor ground 121.9, over 22.
Cross runway 12 right, continue via Mike Papa, hold short of runway 4.
Left of Mike, cross 12 right, continue Mike Papa, hold short of 4, Delta 27.
Delta 2982, turn left at Mike, cross runway 12 right, continue via Mike Papa, hold short of runway 4.
Alright, left turn Mike, cross 12 right, and Papa, hold short of 4, Delta 2982.
Delta 3029 Minneapolis Tower, winds 360 at 10, runway 35 cleared to land. What's the gate?
Runway 35 clear to land, we're going to F6, 30, 20.
Skywest 3923, right at Yankee, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Turn Yankee Whiskey, short of Mike,
Delta 2078, monitor tower 126.7.
1267, Delta 2078.
Delta 2982, monitor tower 126.7.
267, via Delta 2982.
Delta 2078, Minneapolis start Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9, good day.
On Papa, cross 4 to the gate for Delta 2078.
And monitor ground point 9.
Monitor ground point 9, Delta 2078.
Delta 2982, Minneapolis Tower, Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9.
3923, turn left at Mike, cross runway 12 right, continue via Mike, Papa, hold short of runway 4.
12 right at Mike, continue Mike, Papa, short of 4, Skyster 9.
Denver 4865, Minneapolis Tower, winds 360 at 10, runway 35 cleared to land, what's the gate? Delta 2607, ma'am, push approved.
Approved.
2140, Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line of buoy.
Runway 4 at Sierra, line of buoy, bearing 2140.
Tower 3923, monitor tower 126.7.
266, Skyster 3923, good day.
Wind 360 at 10, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Turn right heading 120, clear to take off, runway 4 at Sierra, bearing 2140.
See via whiskey, hold short of runway 4.
Kilo 8 whiskey, short of 4, Delta 3229.
At 1900, turn left at Mike, cross runway 12 right, continue via Mike, Papa, hold short of runway 4.
Okay, taxi Mike and cross 12 right, and then taxi Mike, Papa, and then hold short of Romeo 4.
Westjet 1900, my apologies, I wrote you down wrong. Continue on whiskey and hold short of runway 4.
Continue on whiskey and hold short of runway 4, Westjet 1900.
Westjet 1900, monitor tower 126.7.
Okay, monitor tower 126.7, Westjet 1900.
Delta 3229, monitor tower 126.7.
6750, Delta 3229, we'll see you.
That's 2064, Island 1, 35.
Delta 2864, Minneapolis Tower, wind 360 at 11, runway 35 cleared to land, which gate today?
To land 3, Minneapolis Tower at Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground on point 9 the rest of the way.
Runway 4 at Papa, Papa to the gate.
American 2140, contact departure, good day.
Departure, American 2140, see ya.
Westjet 1900, Minneapolis Tower on whiskey, cross runway 4, pass behind the heavy, and then at whiskey 5, hold short of runway 12 right.
Okay, we will cross runway 4 on whiskey. We will go after the heavy here, and then we will taxi whiskey 5.
Westjet 1900, whiskey 5, you can cross runway 12 right now, taxi into the gate, and monitor ground point 9.
At whiskey 5, we will cross 12 right, and then taxi into the gate, Westjet 1900.
Delta 3229, Minneapolis Tower at whiskey, cross runway 4, down to whiskey 7, all or more.
Alright, at whiskey we'll cross 4 down to whiskey 7, Delta 3229. 461, thanks.
Whiskey 29, whiskey 7, cross runway 1 straight, taxi into the gate, monitor ground point 9.
Whiskey 7 cross 12 right, to the gate, monitor ground, thanks. Appreciate that, Delta 3229, have a good night.
Left at Mike, cross runway 12 right, continue via Mike, Papa, hold short of runway 4.
Okay, Mike, we'll cross 12 right at Mike, and then Mike, Papa, short of runway 4, number 4865.
Delta 2864, turn right at Yankee, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Yankee Whiskey, short Mike, Delta 2864.
So 2483 Minneapolis Tower, wind 010 at 12, runway 35 cleared to land. What's the gate?
Delta 258 Heavy, Minneapolis.
Affirmative, Delta 258 Heavy.
Delta 258 Heavy, wind 010 at 11, turn left heading 360. Runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, fly heading 360 on departure.
Welcome back to the live plane spotting coverage here from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport on this Friday evening from the Twin Cities. It's cold, it's windy, it's cloudy, but it's not going to rain on our parade.
64, turn left at
It's
Mike,
been a
cross
phenomenal
runway
day
12
for
right,
plane spotting.
continue
Alex
via
Redding
Mike,
alongside
hold short
RJ
of runway
Bean.
4 at Papa.
Happy to walk you through all the action as we gear up for the second half of our program here this evening from the Twin Cities.
SkyWest 3876, turn right at Yankee, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Who wants some more heavy action? Well, I know I do.
Hold short of
I'll
runway
take
4
some.
on the Papa taxiway.
This is Delta 258 Heavy off to Dublin, Ireland. This is a seasonal service in response to Aer Lingus.
Delta 2981 Minneapolis Tower, wind 010 at 10, runway 35 cleared to land. What's the gate? 35 clear land.
So here we go.
It doesn't appear to be available. Are you the person to talk to about that?
I mean, if I need to park you somewhere, and wait for golf then, yes. But if you're looking for another gate, I can help you out.
Okay, yeah, we're not sure where we'll go then. We'll get some information.
Right. Delta 2483, turn right at Yankee. Taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of runway 4. Yankee Whiskey, hold short.
That's such a great shot. Look at that.
Monitor ground point 9. Pop across floor to the gate, point 9, airport 867.
Yeah.
If you just give us a couple minutes and then...
There.
Buckshot 453, Minneapolis
They're
ground.
backing off to the left, so they're going to be heading out more towards the direction of downtown Minneapolis.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, and we are still tracking our icy arrival. They are getting close. They are...
Delta 2483, monitor tower 126.7.
So we've got an arrival that's about to touch down, and then they are number 2 behind them.
$2864, Minneapolis Tower at Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9.
And the UPS is behind them.
Imagine that.
We've had some interesting back-to-backs today.
That's an encouraging sign.
Minneapolis Tower, wind
Yeah, the next arrival on 35 is coming in from Minot, and Icy is behind them. So, and I can see them. So I see our arrival coming in from Minot, and just a little off to the left, and behind them is Icy, and I can see them now. I see their lights.
Can you also see on the camera who has pushed back finally from their gate?
Yes! Good for them.
180 and into the gate if it's open.
Okay, 180 to the gate. Thanks a lot. Let's set 1900.
461 Heavy, right exit.
So there's always some time built into a flight schedule for lost time to be made up, but you do reach a point where you can make up some of it, but not all of it.
So here we go. Discover, finally, ready to head back to Germany. We'll be taxiing Alpha, and they will join Charlie, and they'll cross 12 right on their way to runway 4 for departure in front of us. Now also keep in mind, folks, we've got Iceland Air with the MAX 9 on final approach for runway 35, and then we've got
55-58 heavy Minneapolis Tower, wind 010 at 11, runway 35, cleared climb.
And I was just going to say, 55, 58 heavy is just given clearance to land on 35, follows behind Iceland Air, so we still have.
Yep, and now I can see them now too. We've got a tri-holer now on final, aka a UPS MD-11.
So there's Discover. Now we've got Iceland Air, and we've got the MD-11 all at once.
Mike hold short of whiskey.
Nothing is spread out throughout the day. It all happens at once at one particular time. That's pretty much the gist of MSP spotting as it goes.
And an A220. You can hear it.
Okay, minute complex approved.
Push approved, is ready.
Delta 2981 on whiskey, hold short, runway 4.
2607,
right,
wind
touchdown icy.
020 at 10, turn left, heading 300.
And behind them in sight is our UPS MD-11.
Runway 4 Sierra, clip take off on 2607.
We'll also get departures on runway 4.
Turn right on Kilo, and I'll have more.
In addition to our MD-11 and then our A330 departure. Our MD-11's our arrival that we have in frame right now.
And our Discover is on the move.
30 left going Alpha, just hold for when able into the gate once they move.
Alright, cross the Okay, got it. Whiskey 3 on the 30 left and join Alpha Delta 4.
Would momentarily continue via Mike, cross runway 12 right, on pop, hold short of runway 4.
Mike, cross 2 right, on top of short 4, nose 4130.
Endeavor 4699, Minneapolis Tower, traffic short final, heavy MD-11.
Contact Spark, see ya.
Spark 2607, see ya.
Runway 4 at Carolina Boyd, cross Southfield.
Runway 4 at Carolina Flight, selected 453.
Delta 4981, yes, start at Whiskey, cross runway 4, and then at Delta, cross runway 1 straight to the alley, monitor ground 49.
At Whiskey, cross runway 4, and then at Delta, cross 12 right.
So we've had our UPS tri-holer touchdown from Memphis, and we're going to get a Mike taxi. And our Discover, I mean, we need more than one camera.
We need more than one operator, too, at that.
Spray, yep, when able, join Bravo. Continue Bravo at the tunnel, rejoin Alpha to the east base.
Coming at Bravo, then at the tunnel, Alpha to east main base, great.
And just so you know it's coming, Alex, we're going to get photobombed here by a Mike taxi.
Yeah, watch out.
Yep, it's coming.
Ice Air 657, monitor ground.
Doink!
0 at 125, runway heading for L, runway 4 at 0.
Passing through.
4 at Sierra, clip take off, runway heading selected 45. 41.
Delta 2098 Minneapolis Tower, wind 010 on 12, runway 35, cleared to land. Where are you parking?
This Gulfstream is headed to LAX. It's a flex jet.
So 1026, runway 40, taxi via Alpha 3, runway 30 left, Charlie.
All right, runway 45, heading 300. Contact departure, good day.
All right, left 300, departure flexion 455, good day. Okay, joining Alpha 3. Giving way to that 37 up there, is that Liberty? Okay, affirmative. Good day, giving way to 79.
Wind 010 at 12, turn left heading 360, runway 4 at intersection Sierra, clear for takeoff.
All right, they're cleared to go.
360, intersection Sierra, 04 for takeoff approach. 461.
Endeavor 4699, turn right at Yankee, taxi via Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike.
Yankee Whiskey, hold short of Mike. That was 35 to Bravo 4.
3948 Minneapolis Tower, wind 020 at 11, runway 35, clear to land.
35 clear to land. 3940.
So 3841 Minneapolis Tower, wind 020 at 11, runway 35, clear to land. What's the gate?
Yes, 4130 Minneapolis Tower at Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor on point on.
Papa, cross runway 4, Papa over the ground, minus 4130.
Ocean 461 Heavy, contact departure, good day.
What's the departure to Ocean 461, thanks, good day.
Runway 4.
Mike, cross 12 right, Mike, Papa, short 4, 46, thanks.
Off of Itazang. Goodbye. Have a great flight, Discover. Back to Germany.
Number on Charlie, thank you, thank you.
So, albeit a bit delayed, they are on their way back.
And how's that for a first scheduled departure out of MSP on runway 4? The crosswind runway that is seldomly used, but is being frequently used now up until late May because of unique circumstances surrounding 12 right, 30 lefts construction. Well, really, it's just a resurfacing or a regrading on the 12 right end. And then they will do the 30 left end of reconstruction on 12 right, 30 left starting in mid-August and continue that through the month of September. Should be done sometime by October. And in fact, just in case y'all are wondering,
948 taxi via Sierra, Mike, hold short of runway 12 right.
So this right here, this construction project is the result of why we're seeing some unusual runway operations at MSP, which has thrown our whole streaming schedule into disarray. Need any further proof, just ask the airlines. It's already kind of tricky for them, but you take a look at the diagram that was released in the MAC public archives detailing or outlining the 12 right, 30 left runway reconstruction plan here. So the spring phase is currently underway, and that is expected to last until the end of this month. Then they're going to pause for the summer travel rush. So the months of June, July, and then half of August will be back to normal, and we'll be back to our regularly scheduled twice a week or once a week shows from the viewing area. And then when mid-August rolls around, that fall phase is going to kick off, which also involves a little bit of taxiway reconstruction as well, highlighted in pink.
10 at 11, turn right.
So a very interesting look here at just kind of the construction in hand. Well done to the folks over at the Metropolitan Airports Commission for preparing that diagram in the report and for public release. I think what's going on is really fascinating to observe.
41-42 minute turn, make 4 at 0, line of away.
Scout 3948, under tower, 126.7.
167, 41-43, Minneapolis tower, make 4 at 0, line up and wait. Line up and wait, runway 4 at 0, tower 41.
Daniel Swanson says, all right, I'm heading out to go get food. Catch you later, guys. Well, catch you later too, Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel, thanks for watching today. And I see Jeff says, can we still see the MD-11? Actually, after they touched down and completed their rollout, they pulled into the UPS facility, which is right behind us. So
interrupting 737, so yeah, after the MD-11 arrived, it is out of view and remained out of view all the way to its gates.
Yankee Whiskey, hold for remark, Delta 10-4. Delta 26, contact departure, good day.
Brian Johnson, I will keep that in mind. Brian, one of our
Mike, cross
MSP Airport Live members.
Mike Papa,
Can help operate the camera. Oh, that's cool. Volunteered at Burnsville Community TV. That's in the South Metro. That's BCTV.
Oh, I think this is our Brian from the History Center.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Brian.
Hey. How's it going?
Yeah, we did a shift together yesterday.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Anything interesting?
Just a usual operational day. In fact, I know this morning that's one of the things that I was doing before I got going to get out here was I got in onto the new scheduling that we're doing online for doing our shifts and put myself in about 3 more. So because I had reached the end of the scheduled shifts that I had at the time, so it's like, okay, I got to get in there and add some more in. So I'm there, and on Thursdays just a different time frame from 2 to 5.
Yeah. So talk about the work that you do at the History Center as a volunteer. It's kind of a way that you kind of, you know, pay tribute to your dad and really just kind of connect with other people throughout, you know, the many interactions that you have on a daily basis volunteering for the museum, not just with other people that go into that exhibit and that really kind of learn the Northwest story, but also the people that you work with as a volunteer and what that experience has been like. And
well,
just kind of talk about like how people can find the History Center and, you know, what ways can they get involved if they want to with aviation history through the NWAHC.
Of course, I'm always looking behind me because of what I'm hearing. Well, in fact, Brian and we did a shift yesterday. He also has quite a few years in during the time frame of Northwest, mainly, you know, more, I think, associated with out at what had been the world headquarters in Egan. Right. And we had a very interesting guest yesterday come in, actually. I know I may or may not be answering all the questions, but he was in a culinary exchange program from South Africa.
Oh, wow, that's very fascinating,
and
actually.
He
that's
was
really interesting.
Super interesting to spend time with, because a lot of it comes from stories and connections of sometimes people coming in to visit us at the museum because of their connections to Northwest or Aviation. The Crown Plaza is a crew hotel for some airlines. We do frequently get people coming in that are with United, what Endeavor.
Oh, to your point about the United crews that will pick on the Crown Plaza Air Hotel. So when I flew back from a family vacation from Traverse City to here in August of last year, so I parked my car at the Crown Plaza Air Hotel when I was out of town, because you can pay to park it there, right? Just like the Park and Flies, all the different parking lots, right, that you can pay to park when you go out of town, right? And I decided, well, I'm going to park it at the Crown Plaza Air Hotel. And, you know, I was taking the shuttle back, and it was this flight crew that just arrived from Chicago, and so it's very interesting getting to...
You were probably...
a little bit.
Oh, of course, you can't help that. Yeah, there's always interesting stories to hear from those that come in to visit us because of their connections to Northwest or some variant of aviation. There have been some sporadic occasions I've crossed tracks with somebody who did remember my dad and also did remember my uncle, because they worked and flew with them. What do we have coming in?
RJ passes on Papa. Can you run the pushback, rejoin Quebec?
It's a non-rev from LaGuardia.
Oh, okay.
It's an A220 for Delta.
So, to answer a little bit more of the question, we are located on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Best way to get to us is to park on the top level of the parking ramp over there. Come into the hotel, you'll walk past the pool, overlooking the pool on your right. And when you get past the pool, you're going to find a set of stairs, and you take the stairs all of the way up. And then we're across from the weight room, or the workout room for the hotel. If you're a little bit more mobility challenged, it's best to go in through the front entrance to the hotel. Go to the front desk, let them know that you're wanting to get up to the museum. They'll help you get on an elevator to get up to the 3rd floor. When you get off, you'll go to the left down a long hallway, through a door, up a ramp, and then you'll find us that way. So that's for some, the challenging aspect is to get to us, but we'll do whatever we can to help people get up.
And folks, you can always visit this link anytime to find out more information about the Northwest Airlines History Center. Hit up northwestairlineshistory.org. They have a really awesome archive of Northwest aircraft and just timetables, all sorts of information. It's always being updated and maintained regularly, and it's a fascinating resource for aviation history buffs like myself, and particularly Northwest Airlines fanatics will love checking out that website. There's also a shop, too, that you can order some fantastic Northwest Airlines-inspired merch. It's worth a visit. It's worth a visit. Check it out, northwestairlineshistory.org. You know what we should do? We should probably put that link in our description for future broadcasts.
Yeah, there's a link. We do have a website for the museum. And we do have some merchandise over there, but if you want to go after some really cool gear, like some of the things that I've had on during the streams out here, like I have the hoodie, I have the long
Yep.
sleeve. Those are all print on demand off the shop.
But you can't get this though.
No.
This jacket is really cool. How about that swag?
Yeah.
How about that?
No messing with my jacket. Can't have no touch. All in good. No touch. Well, I might let you touch it, but you can't have it. Speaking of, that's a former Northwest Red Tail, an A320 headed to San Antonio. Registration N353 Northwest. But yeah, if you go onto our website, there is a way to go to what we have online that's available for merchandise. And it's always being updated, new things. And yeah, it's all print on demand. So if you were to shop online, like say for some of the shirts with the screen designs on them, it's all printed up as it's ordered, and then it's mailed out. Because that's how I did mine. And here's another former Red Tail. Little delay in my salute start, but she's gonna get it. Headed to Washington National DCA. Another A320, registration 341 Northwest. Can't even keep up.
And United's going to wait for you off the lot there. Alright, thank you. 6.2 minutes, car Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground.
Oh yeah, we got a 757-300 that's going to be departing here shortly. First in line for departure to runway 4. It's off to Orlando, Florida. It's Delta 2309.
A rocket ship. AKA Flying Pencil.
That's right, and trailing it, Delta 756, 737-900ER off to San Francisco, California.
Waited out there for your gate to open up.
Alright, sorry, caught the end of that. I got Whiskey 7 and then I missed it for Delta
9961, left, Whiskey 7, left, 30 left, and on, 30 left, short of Delta.
Alright, Whiskey 7,
And then
30 left, short of Delta, Delta 9961.
got United outbound to Chicago O'Hare. This is flight 1237 with a 737 at 700.
Runway 35, clear land, 3608, and the gate.
Delta 2309, tower wind 010 at 7, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Alright, heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, to take off Delta 2309.
Delta 736, clear tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line of flight.
4 at Sierra, line of flight, Delta 756.
Here we go. Here's our 757-300 departure to Orlando, Florida, lining up with runway 4.
You want some horsepower?
This is it.
This
These
is
aircraft
it.
are, yep, the largest narrow-body twin jet ever manufactured.
And it's a turn and burn.
It's a 757-300.
watch her steep climb. Boom.
It looks like they may have engaged the autopilot.
Delta 2309, contact Sparch, have a good one.
Delta 2309, good day.
See a bit of smoke from both the number 1 and the number 2 engines trailing. That's normal. There's our Delta departure off to SFO. That's the airport code for San Francisco, California.
120,
They had a little bit of a longer roll.
120, runway 4, Sierra, clear for takeoff, 1237.
Yeah, that's our United flight to Chicago O'Hare.
76, contact, have a good one.
We also got a Delta 717. That'll be following the United 737 for departure off runway 4.
Short, runway 4.
Papa, excuse me, on Mike, cross 12 right, and then Papa, hold start runway 4, number 4946.
And 4899, Minneapolis Tower, runway 35, clear land to the gate.
Going into position at Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9.
Over departure, good day, United 1237.
So we got that Embraer that's headed off to Wichita, Kansas. We have a A320 off to Missoula, and then we have our 717. It's off to Bismarck, Delta 1645.
4 minutes ground, push is approved.
So according to my flight radar, that flight to Missoula is an A319.
Thank you for the correction.
Yeah.
Kind of looked like a 320 from how I saw it, but yeah, you are correct.
The trick is the number of doors over the wing.
Yeah, it's harder for me to tell though.
Yeah, so an A319 has 1, an A320 has 2. An A321 does not have a door over the wing, it's just behind it.
There 49, 47, you have to start traffic in position at Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9.
At Papa, cross runway 4, to the gate, monitor ground point 9, is number 49.
Delta 1645, contact departure, good day.
Departure, Delta 1645, see you.
So here's our flight to Missoula, Montana.
2610, 020 at 10, turn left heading 30.
And what A319s had the NB ending of the tail number, but it's still 4 more northwest.
33 minutes, runway 4 at Sierra, line of boys, traffic across downfield.
All right, she's on the roll.
Yes, you are clear land, runway 35.
Siri taxi?
Delta 2145 on
2145, traffic in position at Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground on 9.8 now.
So, Alex, I don't know if you can pick this up or not, but I know we were talking earlier about trying to share with our viewers some of the equipment that's out here related to the work on the runway. There's some of it that has shifted closer to the intersection of runway 422. So I don't know if we can...
It has.
I don't know if we can...
we can, actually.
Show
we'll
that
get
or not.
Yeah, we will. So we'll get our departure to Wichita. Airport code ICT for this Embraer, where we'll depart. Yep, and then we can go get the construction equipment.
1506 at Mike, cross runway 12 right, then on Papa, hold short, runway 4.
Cross runway 12 right on Mike, Papa, hold short, runway 4, Delta 1506.
First at 800.
Monitor tower 126.7, good night.
6.7, Delta 1506.
Sky 3773, contact debark, have a good night. Sure, take care, Sky 3773.
Yep, there they are. And there's still some further down to the left, but I noticed that these had shifted.
Yep, so that's part of the construction party that's on 12 right, 30 left right now.
Company Airbus 101.10, use caution, 800 feet AGL, and the gate. Now got 2107 ready to go.
2107 runway 4 Sierra taxi via Charlie 5. Charlie cross runway 12 right.
Well, there's still plenty of plane spotting left, RJ, and you know, when you look at the arrival and departure slate here too, I'm looking forward to Air France departing as well. Looking at a runway 4 departure. First time I've ever seen Air France go off runway 4. I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah, because I know I'm sure all of our viewers are getting front row seat just like we are, showing a different perspective of the operations here at MSP. So, and yeah, this runway's been here for quite a few years, and I'm sure at some point my dad had some departures and arrivals on this one too. There's no doubt about it. And of course, we're going to take advantage of it while we can, but of course, it needs to be these ops that we're dealing with today.
It happens once in a great while, and to be able to broadcast a very interesting time in MSP's history, that's something that we cherish. As annoying as the operations or the traffic pattern might be at times, to where we really can't be out here streaming because everything's really out of the way.
Hold the push left box 13 park.
When things do work for us, holy cow does it work.
Because what I was going to suggest to our viewers is if you're able to go into Google Maps, put it into satellite view, and you can zoom in and play around with it involving this area at MSP, and you're going to see how these runways are laid out and exactly where we are sitting here at the aircraft viewing area, which is located at the end of Cargo Road. We do have the cargo facilities behind us for FedEx and UPS. The road that we take to get out here on Cargo Road, of course, dead ends here. We do go through a couple of tunnels underneath runway 1735. And the taxiway that comes over here into the area behind us where the FedEx and UPS aircraft park. So
got another departure, Delta 2268 off to Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International Airport. It's the Airbus A321-200, the Cadillac of the Delta fleet.
37, Yankee, Whiskey.
Endeavor 4899, Minneapolis Tower at Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor point 8, good day.
Papa, cross 4 to the gate, monitor point 8, and then 4899.
Bring up on the citation, wind 0.
68, contact departure, good day. Departure Delta.
All right, just a small update. Currently, it's about 7 p.m. here, local time in the central time zone in the Twin Cities at MSP, and we have, according to Flight Radar 24, our Iceland Air flight is supposed to push back for departure at 7:30 in about 30 minutes to head back to where they came from, and then
We'll be Reykjavik.
yes, and I have been there, and then behind them.
We got Air France. It's going to be departing around 7:40. The question is, are they taking their sweet time like they typically do and have shown in the past? Because that's something that I will note. Air France, they might get here on time, but boy, do they like to take their sweet time getting out of here.
Right, and then I'm just checking in on them, and they're scheduled for a 7:50.
7:50, okay.
So that's what I was just...
Well, wait a minute. Don't we have 1484 Heavy? That's an A359 to Detroit Metro. That flight is solely...
808.
808, okay.
Yep.
I think we might be able to squeeze out that 350 departure tonight. We might be able to.
We'll see, because with the cloud cover and the sunset, you know, our hours and days are continuously getting longer, but... we have more daylight here into the evening when it's more clear.
Yep.
So I think our sunsets are now pushing almost 8:20.
Runway 40, takes Charlie 5, Charlie, cross for runway.
37 at Whiskey 5, cross runway 1 straight, Alpha to the gate, monitor point 9, have a good day.
All right,
Brad, thank you so much for tuning in. Most bigger airports have nothing like this.
2145, wind 030 at 9er, turn left.
You're absolutely correct. That's the trade-off. So you get a big airport, but then again, keep in mind with these megaports, as I call them, like LAX or Chicago O'Hare, right? Because of their humongous land area, getting close to the action presents a challenge. Now, if you're at LAX, that's not an issue because of its layout and its proximity to the surrounding neighborhoods in Los Angeles and kind of the Inglewood, California area.
Delta, Whiskey.
But other airports like Chicago O'Hare, it's difficult to get close. You really see everything.
Right.
More of an intimate perspective. And that's something that we are incredibly blessed with here at MSP Airport. Big thank you to the MAC, the Metropolitan Airports Commission.
We're right in the middle.
Right. For providing a public space where we can come and we can enjoy aviation at work.
4236, Minneapolis Tower, wind 02088, runway 35, quarter land, traffic 2 miles final from Airbus, they gate.
This is Delta Flight 2145 headed to San Diego.
955, Minneapolis Tower traffic is in position at Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 8, good day.
Clear across runway.
And looking in on our messages in the chat. Optimistic Mountain Landscape, thanks for bringing us up over at the NWA History Center. And if you're able to make it in to see us in August, just kind of pay attention to our hours because we are not open 7 days a week. We're currently just Thursdays and Fridays, but we're about to get some Saturday hours going again.
The History Center needs your help, folks. If you're in the Twin Cities area and you're looking for a great activity to spend time doing as a volunteer, they're looking for volunteers who love Northwest, who love aviation, who want to share that with other people. Please consider becoming a volunteer.
So our next departure on runway 4 is going to be a Delta A220, but I do not have a destination. But after they rotate, as it happened earlier, maybe we'll get that info.
Duck 6, minutes ground, push first.
Duck 6.
Wait, to right.
Good, Whiskey Mike, hold short, 12 right, call 1101.
Delta 2107, contact departure, good day. Order departure, we'll see you later, Delta 2107.
And Jeff says, Alex and RJ, thank you for both. For braving the elements, I appreciate your play-by-play and the great shots that you always, I gotta scroll this down a little bit, provide to the viewers. Well, we're honored to do that. Of course, we're proud of the area, proud of the airport, and our connections to aviation.
Join Papa, hold short.
You're very welcome. Let's go ahead and pull up that comment, actually. There you go, Jeff. Part of being a member is you got multiple requests from us in the chat queue. You get priority. We'll pull up the member chats. Try to do that the best we can before anyone else. So I appreciate the membership as well and supporting us. That means a lot to us as well. I'm glad we can provide some meaningful commentary out here, because I know that, you know, some aviation channels, you know, we're not knocking anybody, but we're just pointing it out. Like, you know, sometimes like, oh, hey, you know, there goes this jet, or here goes this aircraft. But one of the things we try and do is like, okay, let's provide a little information beyond just what it is. Now, in the heat of the moment, sometimes it's harder to do that because it's just one after the other. Like today, for example, with departures.
Like this one, headed to Fargo. This is Delta Flight 2278. It's 73-9ER.
Good day.
Right, continue Delta.
Well, they had a long roll.
There's a lot of people going to Fargo. Or they're carrying a little extra cargo.
I'm going to bet it's cargo. It's making up most of the weight there.
And of course, I see another post here from my team member over at the History Center, Brian Johnson. Thanks so much for adding that comment, and I'm having a blast with the time that we've done our shifts together. And Alex, I think between you and I, and Brian, if you're watching, one of these days when it works with your schedule, if you'd like to come out and join us for a stream, we can bring you on as a guest host. And I know our viewers would love to hear about your background from your times at Northwest. I know from what you've shared with me, it's truly interesting to hear. Oh, there comes Shamrock.
Shamrock 988 going back to Dublin with the A321XLR.
And oh yeah, and I haven't said it yet today, but of course with my connections to Northwest through my parents and you know, everybody that I'm around over there at the museum, I always like to say red tails forever, red tails for life. And people around here in this area have never forgotten the days of when Northwest was so overwhelming here with those red tails.
Because some people just knew how to fly.
Exactly. And back in the days of when Donald Nyrop was our big boss, you know, from what I was told, a lot of people didn't like him, but he sure knew how to run an airline. And of course, I know the story that I've shared in the past. I know about the times that they'd only put Pratt & Whitney engines on the airplanes. Well, because if you wanted a GE, you'd go out and buy a toaster, and that's a very true comment, because he did actually say that.
So I'm not just pulling your leg when I've said in the past, you know, Northwest, they did not like the GE engine choices for their aircraft, and that, of course, that sentiment and that whole approach was planted by Donald Naira.
So Daniel says, what time is it in Dublin, Ireland? I would say there's, what, about a 6 or 7 hour difference in time? I'd say about maybe 6. I have friends in the Netherlands, and since I've been back here, it's now 7 hours difference in time between me and them, and I was in Florida, it was 6. And I think Ireland is in the next time zone to the west of where my friends are in the Netherlands. So it'd be maybe like the same time zone as London. Oh, Brian, there you go. Look at all those red tails. You're definitely watching us, bud. Oh, we just tried waving at this Delta connection going by to see if they'd get a wave back, but my thinking is, you know, that's the captain's side. Maybe the FO would.
Turn left heading 360, runway 4, intersection Sierra.
Yeah, it's... Whoever's handling the aircraft has to focus on taxiing it to the gate, and whoever's handling metering could probably, you know... There we go, Shamrock 988. Clear for takeoff, runway 4.
Well, this is great. Optimistic mountain landscape. It's ironic. My first plane watching adventure was in 1970, watching Northwest at MSP. There you go. Red tails forever, red tails for life.
4303 at Mike, cross runway 12 right, taxi Mike 6, hold short, runway 4.
And Mike, cross 12 right, Mike.
Runway 4 at Sierra, line of foot.
365, Roger, tower 26-7.
So 2081, I'm in my last beep, hold short, runway 4.
Go 365 minutes, runway 4 at Sierra, line of boy, traffic cross downfield.
On boy 4303, monitor tower 126.7.
126.7, get down, boy 4303.
Minneapolis Tower, Roger, 4.5 line, Airbus 320, caution wave turbulence 10308, runway 35, clear to land, and are you going to signature?
Tower at Papa, cross runway 4, taxi to gate, monitor 0.8. That's 43. Show on the Tower, traffic in position, Papa, cross runway 4 to the gate, monitor ground 0.8.
Have a great flight, Shamrock.
Contact departure, good day.
Departure, Shamrock 988, good night.
All right, there they go. I think they headed a little bit more straight up before they started to make that turn, it seemed like. Looks like we've got a couple that are kind of chatting back and forth with our chat here during the stream. RC Doodles and Optimistic Mountain Landscape. Great memories, no doubt. I watched at MSP as a kid in early 1960s. I think Northwest still had Connies then. Well, I know that they flew them. But I don't think they flew them for very long, and there was a reason for it. So that's a SkyWest departure to that, is that airport that's out in Montana, past Pasco?
38, wind 020 at 7.
That we've done arrivals that I think, was it close to, was it Glacier National Park?
Pasco. I think it's Pasco, Washington.
It's Washington, okay. Because I know we've covered arrivals from there. I couldn't remember.
Kalispell, Montana is Glacier National Park.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yep.
I was getting them confused then.
No worries.
There's so many airports out there with their 3-letter airport codes.
Well, I think also it's combined that we know that too, right? There's so many airport codes out there. There's been so many departures we've tried to keep track of today.
Yeah, like this one headed to Detroit. It's Delta Flight 1476.
Delta 2081, me up tower at Whiskey cross my 4, Delta cross my 1 straight, taxi to the gate, minor 1.
You know there's an A220 around when you hear that.
Go to the gate, monitor ground up to 28. 2303, me up tower, is in position at Mike 6, cross my 4, left turn Delta to the gate, monitor ground.
That was a really good whale sound.
Yeah, that's that was an arrival from Santa Ana, like 2881. They came in on 35. So for capturing any of this traffic that's passing by us to the left, those are arrivals that are coming from runway 35, headed over to T1, aka Terminal 1. And they're being routed accordingly.
0108, turn left heading 300, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff.
And sometimes they're being told to stop because of departures off of 4.
3668, my next turn, runway 4 at 0, line of boy. 42, line of boy, 3668.
Alright, this departure now is going to be an Embraer 175LR, headed to Great Falls. SkyWest and Delta Connection Flight 3847.
Heading 120, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff. 3791, may I have runway 4 at 0, line of boys. Runway 4, line of boys, 3999.
And folks, still coming up, we've got Air France going back to Paris Charles de Gaulle, and we've got Iceland Air 656 that has yet to depart, so we'll probably end on one or both of those two.
Reference company pulling in next door, push approved.
791, wind 010 at 900, turn left heading 300, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff. Left turn heading 300, runway 4 at 0, clear for takeoff.
Southwest 2036, Thames ground, wait for a T38 to pass. Cars won't see him around the minute or so. After that T38 passes, push it approved. Push approved, once the T38 passes, Delta 2297, Thames ground, reference that keep pushing out at 12, push approved.
Coast 3668, contact Sparks today. Or Sparks,
Headed to Oklahoma City, SkyWest Flight 3791.
Half turn Whiskey, cross runway 4 down to Whiskey 7, hold short of runway 1 straight. Whiskey cross 4 and hold short of 1 straight.
And I'm not complaining about that northwest photobob.
Half turn Papa cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor 20 today.
different breeze than what we've gotten so far this hour.
75, taxi via Yankee, Whiskey, Mike, hold short, runway 12 right. Yankee, Whiskey, Mike, hold short.
Making a beeline towards runway 4 for departure to Los Angeles, California. Delta 2122 with the A321.
Can't make it in there with those pushes. Have a good day.
Whiskey 7 across 12 right, then we'll let know, we'll get ground over camping at Delta 2467.
So I know we're starting to decide on what will be our conclusion for today and this evening's stream. For whatever it's worth, I am picking up on Delta 1484 to Detroit, the A350 departure. Their transponder is on. And they're sitting over at the G concourse.
The question is,
when do they actually go?
Exactly.
So,
when is go time?
Yep.
Clear land, the gate.
The 5 is with you for 4. Roger.
So 2122 and runway 4 at Sierra, line of voice.
Hey, runway Sierra, line up and wait. Delta 2120.
I see 160.
Just, you can wait at their tail, so 467 proceeded.
For some reason, I thought they departed far earlier than they actually did, which this is them right now, so we'll get Delta 160 heavy.
It's an A350.
Goodness gracious.
This has been a wild day.
Ay, ay, ay. Discover was significantly delayed, and I just feel bad for the flight crews and the passengers that had to stick through whatever mishaps happen.
Here we go. Runway 4, clip takeoff, and it's going to be a 300 heading, Delta 2122.
So 160 heavy will be a runway 4 departure. We'll stick around for that. Air France also looking to get out of here as well at some point.
Icy.
Yeah, we've got Iceland Air, and there is still plenty of action from MSP Airport well into the 7 o'clock hour.
Yeah, it doesn't rest here much.
Especially when you condense the airport operations from 4 runways down to 2. It really makes a big difference.
Charlie, hold short of Sierra.
Charlie 1, Delta, Charlie, yeah, Delta 14.
2122 headed to LAX.
Runway 4 down to Whiskey 5, all aboard.
That would be cross 4, and you'll have more coming.
We're flying 175.
Got 4301, good to the gate, the push car gate right now.
25, make a left turn at Mike, cross me 1 straight, and then at Mike 6, hold short of runway 4.
Also have quite the conga line that is making its way towards runway 4 for departure, so we're gonna stick around and catch as much of this as we can.
Toronto Kilo 4650.
Sorry.
Cross runway 1 straight, Alpha to the gate, monitor ground on point 9.
Cross 1 through right at Whiskey 5. And Alpha to the gate, monitor point 9, Delta 605.
2175.
Tower Delta 2877, a mile from Laura for 5.
2877, Minneapolis Tower, runway 35, clear land, 3 and behind an Embraer. Wind 010 at 10, SIG 8.
Clear to land, runway 35, we're going to Charlie 2, Delta 2877. Roger.
What's that?
We are.
574, wind 010 at 10, turn left heading 300, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left turn heading 300, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff, Delta 574.
Delta 2246, we have tower, company's rolling, runway 4 Sierra, line of way.
4 Sierra, line of way, Delta 2246.
Yankee Whiskey, hold short, runway 4 on Whiskey. Yankee Whiskey, hold short, runway 4 on Whiskey. Delta.
12 right at Alpha 7.
Yeah, sure, 2460. Okay, so Delta 214, we're here at Kilo 8. Just straight ahead or do we need to turn on Kilo 8? Straight ahead, Kilo 8, all the way down to Whiskey with the right turn. Yeah, Kilo 8.
Delta 2297, at Alpha 7, crossway 1 right and join Whiskey.
Alpha 7 will cross 12, join Whiskey, Delta 2297.
29, 31 after on the push is approved, runway 4 at Sierra.
All right, Delta 2246 headed to Las Vegas. On the roll.
2151, push is approved, 4 at Sirius, counter push next door at 12.
Actually, that was Delta Flight 574 headed to Sacramento. I was a little bit off with the populated flight radar app with all of the departures down there. I tapped the wrong one.
There's quite the queue still.
Yes, it's getting a little crowded down here again. So this next one is headed to Las Vegas.
Runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 1.
2246, wind 010 at 11, turn left heading 300, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Alright, left turning 300, runway 4 clear for takeoff, Delta 2246.
2145, may have runway 4 Sierra, line of way.
4 at Sierra, and wait till 2045. Wind is 01010, take aim. Roger. That's 3605. Next right turn, then Kilo 8, Whiskey, Mike, hold short, only 12 right. Here at Delta 2389.
1037, you follow the big bus, the P350 downfield is doing Charlie. 5530 maps, runway 4 from Sierra, taxi at Papa Charlie, cross runway
1471, roger, sequence to be that 73 now. 2485, wind 360 at 12, turn left heading 320, runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Alright, 320, clear for takeoff, runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 2485.
Delta 881, may have runway 4 Sierra, line of way.
Behind the 75 coming out.
Also, 757300 departure coming up here too. It's off to Phoenix Sky Harbor, Delta 2297.
And our A350 to Amsterdam is on the move too.
Southwest will follow you.
West the end, tower 267 the rest of the way, see ya.
4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff, Delta 881.
For the 1471, runway 4 Sierra, line of way.
And that departure we just had go by was former Northwest Tail 348 Northwest headed to Calgary in A320.
Tower 267, see ya.
267 and behind in Southwest there, Delta 1.
2045, turn further left now, heading 30.
Departing late, but fashionable no less. Delta 160 Heavy making its way to runway 4 for departure. It's our A350 900 to Amsterdam tonight.
Delta 2854, Airport.
Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Return 120, clear takeoff runway 4 at Sierra, Delta 1471.
Delta 2297, we have runway 4 at Sierra, line of way.
Mike.
And already on the roll behind them
At Sierra, line of way, Delta 2297.
is a former AirTran.
Crossway 1 right.
And Delta 717 head to Chicago.
81, still heading 300.
Let's turn to 300 Delta 381, or 881.
Whiskey, Mike.
Departure Delta 881, good day.
Right, hold short, runway 4, Delta 22.
Got 4266 right turn. Left
And then
turn on fuel,
next up is
runway
going to
4,
be our
monitor ground
75 to
point 9,
Phoenix. Former Northwest tail, 592 Northwest, 75-3.
It's all happening one after the other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Keep them counting, keep them rolling.
1471, good day.
These departures continue.
126.7.
They continue to amuse, I'll tell you what.
2297, wind 010 at 11, turn left, heading 300. Runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
4 Sierra, clear for takeoff, left turn, heading 300, Delta 2297.
Southwest 2036, we have runway 4 at Sierra, line of way.
4 Sierra, point Delta 23.
G1024 Minneapolis Tower, wind 01011, runway 35.
And they're rolling.
Park today.
Yeah, never subject.
Line 14, fall all the way down. We'll see you. Up.
Southwest 2036, turn right, heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Mike 6, clear the cross 4.
Say the rest again.
Delta 1302, continue.
2297, contact departure, good day.
Departure, Delta 2297, good day.
Whiskey, Mike 6.
Here we go, here's Southwest with a Max 8.
160 heavy van,
Headed to
runway 4
Chicago
at Sierra,
Midway.
line of way, south across the downfield.
4 right, Sierra Line 1.
Can 1179 Minneapolis Tower.
Minneapolis Tower traffic taxiing into position at Papa, cross runway 4 to the gate, monitor ground point 9, good day.
At Papa, cross runway 4 to the gate, point of ground, point 9 at the 3605.
Southwest 2036, contact departure, have a good day.
Departure 2360.
All right, folks, next up for departure, Delta 160 Heavy with the A350-900.
AKA Big Sexy.
Oh, yeah.
Delta 160 heavy, wind 10 at 11, turn left heading 360. Runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
They're all right. They're cleared to go.
Runway 4 at Sierra, heading 360, Delta 160.
Delta 1037, Minneapolis Tower, crossway turbulence for the departing heavy bus. Runway 4 at Sierra, line of way, traffic will cross downfield.
Runway, runway 4 Sierra, Delta 1030.
Charlie 267, Delta 2065.
Sub 2654 Minneapolis Tower, wind 01011, runway 35, clear left with 6.
Delta 877, Minneapolis Tower, taxi position at Papa, cross runway 4 to the gate, monitor ground point 9, we'll see you.
Cross runway 4 and monitor ground point 8, Delta 27 to the gate.
9 today.
Point 9.
Got 4266, Minneapolis Tower, Papa cross runway 4, taxi to the gate, monitor ground point 9, taxi in position.
At Papa cross runway 4, Papa to the gate, monitor ground point 10.
Delta 160, heavy contact, spark, have a good night.
Delta 160, we'll see you.
Yeah, it's not a normal gate, Jet 721. I guess it is normal. You started just parking there yesterday, so Jet 721 apparently it is Bravo 16.
Next up is going to be Delta Flight 1037 to Fort Lauderdale. It's going to be an A321. And a little bit, a bit of a hold before they're cleared to go. Going to be wake turbulence behind the A350, Alex?
Yep, that's why they're waiting a little bit of time here, is just to kind of let the air clear, so to speak. Yeah, caution wake turbulence, departing heavy Airbus that departed.
There they go. So as you pan over to the left, you might catch a 7.5 that's coming from 17. So they may photobomb. Well, maybe not.
Number 5530, Minneapolis Tower, my Fort Sierra line of Witt.
Yep, just a little bit. And the next one off of 4 has rolled already. Headed to Winnipeg, Sky West 3823, Embraer 175 LR.
Actually, yeah, turn right at Yankee. Go to the Witt 360 at 11, turn left at 360, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Well, that was good timing because we avoided the maintenance building over there.
Might be an electrical building, is what I'm gathering, because there is a MSP electrical work trailer that's right there.
Okay.
Yeah, MSP Electric, so that might be an electrical like relay building or something.
And then while we're sharing that, another departure headed to Richmond by Delta Connection, operated by Endeavour Air, flight 5530. It was a Mitsubishi CRJ 900 LR.
1302,
and the same 7.5 that's been told to hold, because they're gonna, looks like they're gonna cross the runway. And they're gonna have to wait probably for one more departure.
54 minutes start time position at Whiskey, cross runway 4 to Whiskey 7, and all more there.
Runway 4, Whiskey 7.
Oh, there they go.
54.
5530 northbound heading contact departure. We'll see you.
On departure, Denver 5530.
Join taxiway Whiskey, hold short runway 4. Whiskey, hold short runway 4 for Delta.
2054 at Whiskey 7 cross, runway 1 straight into the gate, monitor point 9.
Hey, Whiskey 7 cross, 1-2 right into the gate. Delta 2054 with monitoring ground.
2151, turn left heading 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Delta 2161, clear takeoff. 300.
2385, we have runway 4 at Sierra, line up and wait.
All right, next to go on 4 for departure is going to be Delta Flight 2151, headed to Portland. It's a 73-9ER. And here they come. Icy is pushed.
Excellent.
runway 4 Sierra, line of await, about another 2 minutes or so for the wheels up time, traffic across the downfield.
4 Sierra, line of await, Delta 2931.
And this is going to be a good departure, as they all are, but this is going to be Delta 2385 and A321. They're headed to Tampa, and they're on the roll.
Whiskey, Mike Papa, crossway once you're right, hold short, runway 4. Hold short, runway 4, Jazz 721. Air Canada 179, let's see, your third right turn, you'll see taxiway Mike at Mike 6, hold short, runway 4.
Minneapolis traffic in position at Whiskey, cross runway 4, and go down to Whiskey 5 a little more.
Okay, cross runway 4, Whiskey, and then go down to Whiskey 4, and we'll, Whiskey 5, we'll go down to Whiskey 4.
So 2385, contact departure, have a good day.
Good day, Delta 2385.
Country 106, Minneapolis Tower, wind 3611, runway 35, clear to land. The gate today.
Go. Iceland Air in sight has pushed.
Whiskey 5, cross runway 128, taxi via Alpha to the gate, monitor ground point 9 now, have a good day.
At Whiskey 5, cross runway 128, and then
So Iceland Air 656 getting ready to head back to Iceland.
Holding in position, turn right at Mike 6.
This is a Boeing 737 MAX 9
just monitor point 9, we'll see you.
that has the assignment tonight.
Cross runway 4 and into the alley, and we'll monitor you for a second.
So with the current runway setup, RJ, this is going to be one of the shortest taxis you'll ever see Iceland Air do here.
Oh, you bet.
You could not ask for a better runway to depart on, adjacent to the gate where it's departing from.
10, turn left, heading 300. Runway 4 Sierra, clear for takeoff.
I'm heading 300 for Sierra, clear for takeoff, Delta 2931.
It's 2931 off to Denver, Colorado. It's a Delta flight. The 737 in charge.
Jet 721, monitor tower, 126.7.
267.721.
So, Alex, I need to share this comment from one of our viewers. Jimmy Allison says, "These are the best views. Thanks for being there."
You're welcome.
Yes.
They really are, and you know, it's something that I was really not going to pass up. Unbeknownst to many of you, within the past 24 hours, getting myself into a position to even broadcast live had been a doozy up until about maybe 10 p.m. last night, where everything was taken care of. My goodness. So my van had an engine problem yesterday during the afternoon, and it had to go in for maintenance. Turns out the air intake pipe to the engine was cut deeply. It was leaking air, and that could cause some serious engine problems if not corrected, and needed to get my van in for maintenance. Then, of course, I realized that, hey, I need to have a vehicle to get myself here.
656.
And a close friend of mine, Nick Lee, he pulled a solid for me last night. And he's like, hey, because he travels everywhere and he's got
26.7.
rewards for all kinds of things. Might be able to get you something on a rental for the time being. So huge shout out to my friend Nick Lee for helping me out with just the car stuff, which was pretty dicey the last 24 hours because, you know, you hate to see something happen to your vehicle like that. Because the power runs off the vehicle. It's pretty hard to do a stream without a vehicle. I'll tell you what, based on the setup that we roll out.
Yeah, thanks a bunch, Nick.
Yeah, 100%.
And Nick, if you happen to be watching, I do have pictures of the glassware that we have available over at the museum. I just hadn't sent them to you.
And for all of our wonderful viewers, wherever they're watching from, you can buy actual legitimate Northwest Airlines memorabilia.
Yeah, we do have some.
The gate on the other side, monitor ground on point 9 now. Have a good day. All right, we'll cross
one good way to find some interesting merch is coming to our collector show in October.
Push approved.
Speaking of the collectibles show,
43987, expect that for
I am in the process of putting the finishing touches on a special that I did back in October of last year on the collectibles show and sale. Met with Chris Slimmer from Airliners International. They'll be in Atlanta this year at the Delta Flight Museum. Super pumped to hear about that. Also met up with our good friend Donnie Gardner from DG Pilot.
Turn left heading 360, go for takeoff.
And also got a chat with Scott Norris, Vice Chair of the History Center. Phenomenal person to work with.
Runway 4 at Kilo, turn left heading 360.
We got to get Scott on these broadcasts one of these days.
Oh, yes. Our Icy is taking a little bit of a different approach to the end of runway 4. So she's actually gone down to a taxiway that's parallel to runway 35.
Minneapolis ground, runway 4 from Sierra. Push approved. All right, we'll plan on runway 4 from Sierra. We'll push approved, Delta 2967.
You know what? They need a little bit extra room taken off here on runway 4. That's why.
Yeah, so they're a little bit further down. The runway itself does extend further down than where we have been watching them start to roll from. So this is the longest of the 4 runways here at MSP. So
just over 11,000 feet long. And
there
here
they
goes
go.
Iceland Air off to Reykjavik.
That's 635, uniform, heavy. Box 4 is pushing back as well. He's coming. Southwest 4279, Minneapolis ground, runway 4 from Sierra, push approved.
4 from Sierra, Southwest, through Southwest 4279.
oh, a little more good news, I think, Alex. I think Air France is pushing.
They are.
Ice 656, attack departure. Good day.
Keep out there. Have a day.
All right, folks, and I think this is our finale.
Tower, wind 36010, runway 35, clear to land. Where you parked today?
Yeah, our A350 to Detroit is still sitting over there too, but
looks like they might be a departure time past 8 o'clock. Now, as much as I'd like to stay out here and catch that, we will in future episodes. I'm freezing right now.
Yeah, it's...
I haven't really vocalized it all too much, but...
Yeah, we've toughed it out, and that's probably one also additional reason why I didn't get out here till I did. Because, yeah, not only did I have a few little things I wanted to get done at home this morning, but I was also starting to think, okay, what's the weather doing? And when I saw the forecast, and I said, whoa. So I'm actually almost in my gear for skiing because, you know, it's cloudy. The temps being what it is, we're not moving.
But look at all the green grass. It should be nice and warm out. Nope, we're in Minnesota.
Yeah, oofta.
3550 Minneapolis Tower, wind 010 at 9er, runway 35 clear line.
Okay, so I'm looking at flight radar. An estimated update departure for 1484 is now 8:15. Of course, we have seen that always not be the case, and it's before, but...
Yes, there's Air France 635 uniform. Of course, they had a letter to the end of the flight number.
Taxi via Delta.
I intended to notice.
Delta's short of Sierra for now. Your time is 2 to 5.
But I think we will have covered pretty much all you had hoped to today, right?
Okay,
pretty much.
4 at Sierra, taxi via Delta, and hold short of Sierra.
Oh, Brian, yeah, you're welcome, mister.
About 10 minutes.
Mark also asked us a question about that daily A350 to Detroit. Why such a big plane for such a small flight? And, you know, to kind of add to your comment, Mark, at such a very interesting time of day, or really the evening, where there's not a whole lot of traffic going back and forth between Detroit and Minneapolis. Here's why. It's more expensive to have the aircraft stay overnight here at MSP and take up gate space than it is to keep it in the air. Those planes have to be flying. And Delta has this sort of circular rotation with keeping the A350s flying from hub to hub. And that's to make sure that they are staying in the air as much as possible, because to park a big jet like the A350 at MSP Airport, you'll run up the cost on parking fees and whatnot. And so Delta's trying to maximize A350 operations with flying such a big aircraft on such a short route, even if it's an operational loss for Delta to operate it like that. It's a less significant loss than just not being able to recoup any of that cost, right? Just having it sit here. Instead, they'd rather get maybe a little bit of that back in flying the aircraft and getting it in position the next day at another hub for another international service. So it keeps the A350s fresh and flying, and we like that.
6. Taxi via Alpha 4. Sugar Alpha 4, runway 30 right, turn right on runway 30 right, and then Delta to South main base. Start 6, to be Alpha 4 right on 30 left, and then left on Delta.
Tower, turn right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, Ortega.
Right heading 120, runway 4 at Sierra, Ortega, on flight 067.
Yeah, push through.
Push through, Delta. Air France 635, uniform, free collecting taxis.
Air France 635, uniform, heavy. Runway 4 from Sierra, taxi via Alpha Charlie, cross runway 12 right.
Oh, did you know there's some T-30?
The holding point. Runway 04 Sierra, Alpha and Charlie will hold short of runway 30 left.
Air France 35 uniform, you can cross
we got
runway
some
12
Talons
right
behind us. We got some T-38s, Air Force trainer aircraft.
Wind 36011, Cashback Terminus,
Yeah, canopy's up.
3 mile final, runway 35, clear to land.
Could be making their way to Signature.
2967, monitor tower on 126.7. 26.7, Delta 2967.
Turn right, actually make it 2 right turns. Taxi via Kilo, Sierra, Mike Tango. Doug 6 on taxiway, Delta, hold short of taxiway, Charlie 2 for now. Runway 3 on Whiskey, cross.
All right,
runway
Air France
4,
is taxiing. They're on the move.
Awesome. We got a T-38 Talon as well. That is also taxiing. Canopy's up. Now, this is normal for the T-38 Talon when it is taxiing.
We got a couple of side-by-side taxis across from us, too.
Yeah, so those guys are headed out to Signature. Look at the jet wash behind the T-38. Look at that. It's kind of that haziness behind the exhaust of those engines. Wow.
Country 1420, 2 right turns, taxi Kilo, Delta, cross runway 4, hold short of Charlie for right now.
And folks, here's our grand finale tonight. Air France going back to Paris.
26.7.
We'll monitor tower 126.7 Air France.
Upstairs, sequence behind the Delta Airbus, Air France wait.
Behind the Delta Airbus, Alpha 4279.
Protect 6 Charlie, you can hold short of Charlie 1.
Oh, wow, we've got the ATR, the FedEx feeder on its way in.
Delta 2967, Minneapolis Tower, turn left heading 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff.
Left turn 3004 at Sierra, we're clear for takeoff, Delta 2967.
Southwest 4279, traffic control.
Well, that was the ATR 72, by the way, RJ, because typically with that service from Duluth to Minneapolis, the Mountain Air Cargo ATR FedEx feeder aircraft that meander their way into MSP around 8 p.m. in the evening, it's typically the ATR 42 and not the enlarged 72.
2 mile final, runway 35, clear to land.
All right, now we're going to get some departures again on runway 4, and the first one is in the line of them that are coming down here. Is going to be a former Northwest A320, registration 361 Northwest, headed to Dallas.
Contact metering if you're ready for taxi, please.
And O'Brien, if you're watching, I'm in salute mode. Roll to rotate.
Minutes ground. As soon as that tug's out of the way, you can continue via Delta all the way to the... Alright, as soon as that tug moves Delta all the way to gate, my country 1420.
2871, ready to taxi.
The 2871, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Charlie 5.
Next up for departure on runway 4 is going to be Southwest Flight 4279 to Denver, 73-8.
Number 918 Alpha Mike, Minneapolis ground, runway 4 at Sierra, taxi via Whiskey and Charlie. Whiskey and Charlie, November 918 Alpha.
And then behind them will be our Air France.
While looking at Southwest.
300, contact departure.
8300 departure, Delta 2967, good night.
Also had a 757-300 arrival behind our Southwest that we were looking at, lined up with runway 4.
Runway 35, clear to land.
And a mosquito photobomb.
Whiskey, hold short.
Now we're going to focus on that.
The 1051 taxi Yankee Whiskey.
Swearingen Fairchild Metroliner. That's what this aircraft is. Nicknamed the Mosquito.
Delta 1051, changing my frequency, 126.7.
And it gets that nickname from the sound of the propellers on the aircraft.
Turn left heading 300, 300, runway 4 at Sierra, stop for takeoff.
Left heading 300, runway 4 at Sierra, clear for takeoff, Southwest 4279.
Delta 1051's up with you.
All right, Southwest, now on the move.
November 918 Alpha Mike, you'll join Charlie behind 2 CRJs that you'll see off your right side at Charlie. You're going to see a taking off the left there to follow you guys. Endeavor. Have uniform Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at Sierra, line up, await.
So before we wind down the stream tonight with our Air France departure, I just wanted to mention from the chat, Drake, glad I could pop back in before you ended. Appreciate all the work you do to put on this live stream and show the world just how great MSP is for plane spotting. And I'll tell you what, if you ever make your way here, you got to check it out here from the viewing area. During our event out here a week ago, I met up with a viewer from the Atlanta area, and he went from watching it to experiencing it and was thoroughly impressed.
We were in the same traffic flow that we are in right now.
Yep.
Confirm, left heading 360.
Air France 635 uniform return. Left turn heading 360, go for takeoff.
Takeoff, runway 4, Air France.
All right, cleared to go.
35, Charlie.
11, roger. Delta, cross runway 4 and cross 30 left for Delta 1051.
Delta 1051, that's Whiskey Delta Alpha, press 3, back was correct, thanks.
And that 75 that got into the view was an arrival from Fort Myers, so they got a nice view of that departure
12, roger.
From both sides.
35 uniform, contact departure, good day.
Departure, have a good one, Air France 35 uniform.
Delta 2071 Minneapolis Tower, runway 4 at 0, line up, wait, contact terminus, previous departure was a heavy Boeing 787.
4 right at 0, line up away, Delta 2871. Yeah, Marshall's just about Sun Country Airport this morning.
Thanks, Chief.
Well, there you go.
Delta 2871.
How's that for an episode of MSP Airport Live?
4 right at 0, clear for takeoff, left heading at 360, Delta 2871.
So we're going to let this departure go, but before we do, we want to let you folks know that our broadcasts are proudly supported by our friends over at DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiasts. For more information, you can tap them at their website link at dgpilot.com. We have the link in the description to go check them out. And if you folks are at our meet and greet last week on Friday, some of you got some DG Pilot gift cards.
Got 3676 for left heading 300, runway 4 at 0,
The baggage cart and the interrupting Airbus.
Well, the Airbus was worth it because it was a former red tail.
Yeah.
Sunray 4 Sierra, line up and wait together.
Yeah, so go ahead and check out DG Pilot. They have so much more than just aviation collectibles. They've got a wide variety of travel gear and accessories for your next adventure, as well as a large collection of Minnesota-made local goods. There's something for everyone. Check out DG Pilot at dgpilot.com. Big thank you to the whole team for supporting us at MSP Live, and also we can't let you go without mentioning Jet Set shirts. If you're into the Jet Set life, the Av Geek life, then you need some apparel from Jet Set shirts. Big thank you to Eric for sponsoring MSP Live. They have some new t-shirts. They have a currently Av Geeking t-shirt and a 767 t-shirt that are now available from Jet Set shirts. They got a ton of other great designs too, like the one featured on screen. We're going to be working with them for some apparel as well. So head on over to jetsetshirts.com.
AG71 contact tower 123.6.
And again, big thank you to them for sponsoring MSP Airport Live with some amazing aviation and travel enthusiast inspired apparel. Jet Set shirts, Jet Set Life, wear it.
300, contact departure. Runway Alpha Mike, turn left heading 300, 300, runway 4 at 0, go for takeoff.
And RJ, just some final thoughts here as we wrap it up.
Endless.
It just kept coming, didn't it? It felt like it just was nonstop the whole way through. And of course, you know, that's the one thing that you really hope for when you tune into a live plane spotting program like this. But we actually did get to experience it, and I know for me, I'm shocked.
I mean, the 4 arrival.
Oh yeah, the runway 4 arrival, the A350 arrival was something else. I mean, I'll tell you, hey, the inaugural service for Discover Airlines, that was the highlight for sure. But I don't know, that A350 arrival on runway 4 probably stole the show. That's my thought here. We had just a great stream. Just what more could you ask for when it comes to the nonstop action, the departures? They just kept coming, and
oh yeah,
I'll tell you what, if this is going to be how it's going to look when we come out here to the aircraft viewing area with these modified construction ops, I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we're in for a show. Like we were today, like we were treated to. I'll tell you what. Now, of course, if it's in this particular operations pattern with runway 4 departures and 35 arrivals, not so much the other way around. We're looking at maybe what I call the 710 split ops, where the traffic is distributed to the north parallel out of view, or the north-south runway 1735 on the west side of the airport. Airport. So, I mean, if they're back in this configuration on either a Sunday or Wednesday, you know where to find us. You know where to find us, right here on YouTube and right here at the aircraft viewing area. And I'll tell you what, it was great to have you on today, and we're looking forward to doing some more plane spotting here
all the time
in the coming weeks.
All the time.
I'll tell you that.
You know, Air France's return, and you know, that extra heavy departure out of,
yep,
you know, that we're getting off of this runway that we usually don't see because this runway is usually not active.
That's true.
Not like this.
Yeah, and usually if this runway is active, it's 22. The other end of this runway that gets more of that use.
Right.
Rather than runway 4. To get the 4 departures, oh my gosh, that's incredible. But it's another thing to see a runway 4 arrival, which you almost never see that happen here at MSP Airport, but we were just so stoked to bring it to all of you today.
Yeah, we have a knowledgeable viewer over here next to us, and he's listening in on us and nodding yes, no, and it's like...
Cross runway 1 to right, and Mike Papa, hold short, runway 4.
Mike cross 1 to right, Mike Papa, short 4, Delta 20.
Yep.
BG71, you got November, and 0 Mike staying on to the right.
1563, contact departure, good day.
Yeah, 100%.
They do take off on right.
479, what else?
Yep, so it's been an eventful stream, that's for sure.
Yeah, it certainly has. Looking forward to the next one. And, well, it's that time of the program for us to say goodbye. For RJ Bean, I'm Alex Redding. We'll see you in the next edition of MSP Airport Live. Until then, take care, and we'll catch you next time.
Delta 2057 on Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground point 8.